Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse to donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. I am no longer in a pod. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
Hi there. I'm here in my room.
And Randy.
Hello.
And perhaps there may even be Sir Greenline joining us later tonight. So, yeah, obviously I'm not in the pod anymore. And I am discovering for the first time back in my new setup, or my old setup, I should say, it sucks having a new laptop with the headphone jack on the other side. So just hold on a second. I did, however, just realize that because my wife isn't in here using the headphone splitter and extension thing, that I don't actually need to have it going around to that side of the thing. So we'll just do it like this. Okay. And also, I apologize for the echo. And literally the only thing in this room is my desk and my computer setup and everything. So let's get started. How's everybody doing?
My back hurts.
Damn. Sorry to hear that. Maybe stop being such a pussy. If you guys like to support the OCA, if you want to support this trash fire, the Patreon, patreon.com/trashfire, is where you can support us. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon. I have content. I am working on content. Will you see content? Signs point to no.
Just laughing and just start crying.
Right. There's also OCApodcast.com/support, where you guys can support us directly by donating monthly or just once. This is the way to donate with the lowest amount of fees that I know of taken out. There's also our indirectly through our affiliate links, such as KENGAN. Oh, dear Lord. That is one hell of a sci-fi masturbation thing. Tenga Cuppapalooza, huh? All right. Anyway, let's jump right in. So I've got some news for you guys. Dominique Sachse, that's how you pronounce it. Dominique Sachse announced a new marriage. No, I promise you, I looked it up. I heard it from her own mouth. It's Dominique Sachse.
Well, that's dumb.
She announced a new marriage to a mystery. Ooh, goody. What could it be? Fans of former Houston TV news anchor Dominique Sachse recently noticed her sporting a sparkling ring on her left finger as of late. While announcing a move to a new home in Dallas-Fort Worth area on her podcast, Over 50 and Flourishing, the former anchor revealed that she privately married in early June. Quote, "I am a married woman, and we have this house together," Sachse confirmed, flashing her ring to the camera. Quote, "We wanted to honor God and honor our relationship by not moving in together until we were married. And so we did that privately and preciously. And now we have a new place to call home." While Sachse stopped short of revealing her new husband's name, she said he is a longtime friend she has known since they were in their 20s, who also lives in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Quote, there has been an amazing man in my life for quite some time. I'll leave it at that. In April, Sachse's new morning show, Morning on Merritt Street, premiered. And she said, quote, when I got that call from Merritt Street, which is Dr. Phil's company, and this job opportunity, it really happened at a time when we were really ready to come together as a couple in that way and not having to do long distance anymore. Okay, so this was in April. April to May. May to June. Okay, just figuring that out. Quote, it made my decision so much easier to come here and has just flourished ever since I've gotten here. In regards to her decision to keep details about her new relationship private, Sachse said previously dealing with issues concerning her personal life on such a public platform was traumatic. In a 2022 YouTube video, she's a YouTuber, by the way, Sachse announced her divorce from Houston businessman Nick Florescu, who she was married to since 2012. Quote, it has been kind of a neat thing for me to be in a bubble in a way, to have something sacred and private and just for me. Quote, I know it's a big shock to many people, but it is something that has been able to play out in my life, and I would love nothing more than to be able to keep it that way. Private, right? Oh. I am sorry to be the one to burst that private bubble. Here is a photo she posted with her new husband. Does he look familiar to anyone? He may go by the name Frosted Tips. Right? Oh, what's this? Dominique Sachse's fans are sleuthing to discover new husband's identity. The rumored mystery man made a similar marriage announcement this week. What? All right. So, at least one fan questioned whether the mystery man might be actor Dennis Quaid. It's not. After Sachse recently
What the hell?
After Sachse recently interviewed him on her morning show. Sachse laughingly denied this during her podcast. However, many are certain her other half might actually be well-known voice actor and musician Vic Mignogna, 61, who has voiced characters in a number of popular anime series, including Fullmetal Alchemist and Dragon Ball. Rumors of the surprise pairing surfaced on social media following Sachse's announcement, with one individual sharing a sighting of the pair hanging out in December. Now, this...
oh, God. Honestly, I kind of pity her now that's actually like come out so fast. Because she's got so many emails and messages. You made a rapist. You made a sex offender.
Fucking goddamn it. So I just... You guys ever hear that thing? I think it was like Cat Williams or Kevin Hart or something has that joke where he's like, if you hate me, but you watch everything I do, bitch, you a fan. Like, I just can't help but chuckle at the fact that the person who the article previously referred to, and the article's been updated. They say so at the bottom that they updated a bunch of corrections and stuff. Previously, they referenced Mars Girl as a fan of Dominique and Vic. Right? Which I just find is so funny because seriously, not a single Vic fan knew this happened, right? I mean, I don't consider myself like one of his fanboys or whatever, but not a single Vic fan was in on this. It's his like number one hate watcher, number one, the anti-fan club leader that basically broke the news and everything, right? So she said, remember how his last girlfriend, Haley Todd, was a guest at Anime Matsuri in 2022? Is Anime Matsuri just a place where women in a relationship with Vic can get an anime platform? I don't know when Haley finally left the picture. She sure did swear up and down that she was never going to leave him, though. But the big Farrah blow up was last summer. But he was seeing Dominique in December, a Charlie Brown Christmas in Houston. So here's a picture of him with Dominique Sachse. Dominique, or sorry, didn't mean to dead name. That was fast. He was two-timing Haley and Farrah back in January. This week, I just think it's funny how pleasantly they disclosed all of this stuff. And then they put this vitriol tweet in the middle of the article. This week, Mignogna also offered some clues hinting at the relationship after he told fans he was recently married during a live stream. After flashing his left ring finger to the camera, he explained their story began 30 years ago in Houston, prior to his engagement to actress Michelle Specht. Quote, I was crazy about her. She was probably 27 or 28. I was 32, he said. For whatever reason, the timing wasn't right. This is true. He just talked about this on his live stream. You're never going to believe who it was. While they casually kept in contact over the years, it wasn't until Mignogna came to Houston for the 2023 Anime Matsuri Anime Convention that they truly reconnected. After learning they were both no longer in relationships, I just think it's funny, like Mars Girl and Farrah and all them who wanted to destroy him so badly actually put him in a position to get married to like a sweetheart of his from 30 years ago, 40 years ago now, right? Yeah, he's in his 60s. Well, I guess it's 30 because 32 to 61. Yeah. So roughly 30 years ago, like this girl he was in love with. I love happy endings, especially the Thai kind, right? No. All right. So anyway, he says they're both no longer in relationships, quote. So we started seeing each other. And he said the problem was, of course, that she lived in Houston and I lived in Dallas. However, she soon got an offer to join Dr. Phil McGraw's new network in Dallas, Mignogna said, further indicating his new spouse is Sachse, who joined Dr. Phil's Merit Street Media early this year. I have never, ever seen God move in my life the way he did in this relationship, Mignogna said. He brought this woman that I was crazy about 30 years ago back into my life at just the right time and orchestrated things for her to be up here. As of Wednesday, it has been 5 weeks since he married. While he declined to outright name her, Mignogna said his wife would make an appearance at this year's Anime Matsuri, scheduled for August 8th through 11th. That will become important later, where Sachse has also been invited as a guest judge for some reason. He confirmed that she also announced the marriage this week on social media. Quote, we enjoyed a little privacy there for a while, and it was nice to have that little bubble where it didn't have to, for lack of a better term, suffer the slings and arrows for people out there that for whatever reason, completely unbeknownst to both of us, feel like our private lives are fodder for them. Shots fired. Okay. Anyway, congratulations, Vic. So happy for you both. I think it's a little annoying how the people, his detractors, so to speak, are so quick to say, finally, he's in a relationship with someone who's not half his age. And it's like, man, you complain about it. He does it, and you still complain. Mars Girl said, Houston Chronicle wrote an article about Vic being married to Dominique. Very funny. I've been identified as a fan. You are. Prior to December, didn't know who Dominique was, but I'm certainly not Vic's fan, spits venom. Chronicle, have you heard how he may or may not have wanted an ex to unalive me? Chronicle, write an article about me. Make it about me. All right. So, do you guys have any thoughts on this?
Nope. I mean, happiest of futures for them.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. It feels like a relationship that I could see blowing up catastrophically or going the distance. That is, I'm hoping for the latter for me. So that's good. Now, I do want to point out, because it has been a year. Oh, fuck. I got to get something loaded into the brand. 1 second. Am I going to even be able to find this? Did I put it on the desktop? Oh, shit. Fucking Mac took away the desktop from the sidebar, even though I manually put it back there, and now I can't find it easily. What would I have called it? All right, hold on. I'm going to grab it the other way. Desktop. Finder. Go desktop. All right.
Go, robot, go.
Go gadget desktop.
There it is. Okay, I'm putting it in my Dropbox so I can grab it here. Okay. All right. Moving that. So, by the way, I just want to say it's been an absolute shit show behind the scenes trying to get everything ready for today. I threw all the Trump stuff that I was pulling up in the trash. And that was always a potential thing that was going to happen. So it has been a year since Farrah was on the show, and there's just something that's been on my heart this entire time. I'd like to kind of get off my chest, if we don't mind. So I would just like to say things did not end well between Farrah and I. And look, I think anybody who watched our coverage of all this stuff could see that she was incredibly disingenuous, like a snake trying to slither around. There were a couple times during the interviews with her where, like, I would catch her in a lie and be like, "Are you sure that's what it meant? Are you sure this is you saying you don't care about it? Are you sure that's what that is?" Because timeline-wise, that, you know, like I kept trying to like give her the option to, you know, either
correct course.
Just correct course. And there's a couple times it's like, just even rewatching, I'm like, man, like I should have been a lot meaner. Number one. But I just want to show you guys a little bit about what kind of happened right at the end there. So this all happened in one day. Squally tweeted this on July 25th last year. "Samantha, if you are reading this, stop stalking my Twitter." Right? And then she went on to clarify, "Except, of course, for Samantha Flynn. She can stalk me everywhere, but the lady from Medford will need to cease her nonsense." Are you familiar with the concept of vague tweeting?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, she is trying to send a message here to Farrah that only Farrah should understand.
Right.
Because Farrah repeatedly told me and other people that she does not stalk Squally or doesn't follow her account, doesn't any of that stuff, right? That she repeatedly told me, "I've never bothered Vic or his assistants. I've never done any of these things. I don't go to their page, right? I stay on mine," all that kind of stuff, right? She said that over and over again to me. Squally is saying something that literally nobody except for a person named Samantha from a place called Medford would understand. So Farrah repeatedly told me that people just send me shit. I can't imagine a single person reading this and thinking, "Oh, I got to send that to Farrah right now." You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, unless you know her personally in real life, you know her story and you know who she is, that's just not something you would do, right? Now, this got tweeted at 6:59 a.m., I guess my time, right? That's what that would be, right?
It's always your time.
Yeah. So I hadn't even gotten up for work yet at this point, right? Now, at Real Vic Mignogna, the anti-Vic Carmageddon documenting Vic Mignogna's blah, blah, blah. You know, this is obviously one of Farah's millions of accounts said, using my dad's debt, this is at 3:59 p.m. the same day, using my dad's debt to get me hurt. Wow, good job, Vic. Sending the Squally to dox me with information that I gave you about my father's passing while I was in tears. Goes to show you try to have the victims who speak up harmed. You tried to get me whacked. I called Irving PD. Let's take a quick poll. Had she not said this, would anybody know that she was a Samantha from a place called Medford?
No.
No. This is a deliberate doxing of herself. Squally then says, I cannot dox what's been shared to me on the phone and publicly on TikTok. So I'm not seeing the issue. Now, I need to share for you guys with audio. I'm going to pause it.
So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
Dress up like a moose during
Ways to die. So many dumb ways.
So, get some text here. The moment my dad flew his jet into the ground. I don't remember. Did she bring that up on stream ever?
I don't recall. But
I can't remember. In the first conversation I had with her, and I recorded every conversation she and I had. So did she. She told me, because the whole thing is, like, the reason that she came on the show to begin with is because we did a stream. Thank you, JT. We did a stream, not JT Vega, the other one, the annoying one. We did a stream covering the DMs that got leaked from Discord or whatever, right? And in it, we made a lot of, speculative claims about Farah. By the way, I just want to point out, I was right about every fucking joke we made in podcast 222. I believe that's the one it was, right? Every single one of them I stand by. Every single one of them. The only one that we got wrong was the assumption that she was quote unquote fatherless based on her name. And that was one of the things she took issue with when I first spoke to her. And she said, her dad crashed his plane in a Ford dealership or whatever she said, right? So again, this is, I just want to remind you real quick. Squally said, I cannot dox what's been shared to me on the phone and publicly on TikTok. So I'm not seeing the issue. Okay. May I draw your attention to the name of the account? Farah Fatherless.
Right? That name seems familiar.
Right.
Where do I know that name from?
She said, the moment my dad flew his jet into the ground, after I publicly admitted he's psycho, and we found out about my mom's best friend's sister because she was in the jet with him. And I blamed myself for the longest, but it turns out my greedy mom caught wind. Val, that's the friend's best friend, the wife's best friend. I don't know. She was accusing her dad of cheating with this woman named Val. Was retrieving the plane with him. He was there for fuel leak repairs, and they never got done. Anyway, so she's accusing her mom of murdering her dad. Adopted parents, by the way. So the point is, again, and she's trying to capitalize on the dumb ways to die meme with her own father, using footage of his death. Now, when she first told me the incident that occurred, it was incredibly easy to find out who her dad was. I knew literally within maybe 8 hours of having gotten off the phone with her. It was absurdly easy to find. So again, I cannot dox what's been shared to me on the phone and publicly on TikTok, so I'm not seeing the issue. This is at 4:26 p.m. When I drove home from work that day at 5 o'clock, I spoke to Squally on the phone in the car. That's also recorded. And then let me screen share again. Squally tried to dox me with a story only Vic could have told her. Got the information wrong and used my dad's horrifying traumatic death to try to cause physical harm. It's clear, evidence from his assistant, that Vic habitually has his victims harmed. Harassment charge filed. So again, she's accusing Squally now of getting direct orders from Vic to do this. Okay. So there was this, I would like to point out, Medford alert. This is from December 5th, 2021. When I looked up the information she had provided to me when we spoke, I found this and a couple of the other tweets we're about to see. So this is showing one MFR airport unit also on scene with foam, right? Here you go. You can see the dealership went up in smoke and everything, right? Now, there's a bunch of things here that now say the post was deleted by the post author. I would like to show you what those said because I archived it as soon as I saw it. Fair fatherless, LMAO, that was my dad, yo. Nice meme, LOL. That made me feel better. Sorry for your loss. Haha, thanks, man. This is from January 5th, 2022 and January 3rd, 2022. Damn, only Vic had this info that you posted publicly on Twitter. Oh, what's this? Here's the video. This is the first video I found of the incident. Shortly after takeoff from Medford Airport, a plane descended rapidly and at a near vertical angle before slamming into the airport Chevy lot. This video was provided, Chevy, not Ford, Chevy lot. This video is provided to Newswatch 12 by Kelly's Automotive. Some viewers may consider the footage disturbing. Crazy, almost seems intentional. Oh, what's this? Oh, shit. It was engine failure. It was my dad. It was not intentional. Both engines failed at once. Wow, that's horrible. So sorry. This is all confusing as fuck to me. To be honest, thanks. At least not on his part. I remember that she turned around and used this footage to capitalize on the dumb ways to die meme. Right? So this is the same one, I believe. Yeah, the same one. This was My Dad Did Not Kill Himself. Link to YouTube video. January 5th, 2022. Just pointing out here again. Not hard. Literally, Twitter advanced search at Fair Fatherless contains the words dad. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately easy to find out, right? Now here's the archive of the tweet. Now this is fucking important. So I've got the tweet right here, right? TikTok.com/@goatedgoddess. Now again, I spoke to Squally on the way home from work that day. And then when I got home, I got a call from Fair, who claimed to need to talk to me because she was suicidal over the events that had transpired in the day. So I was watching a movie, one of my wife's favorite movies that I'd never seen. And whole family's watching this movie. I'm maybe 10, 15 minutes into it. I get this frantic, I need to talk to someone now. I'm going to kill myself message. So naturally, I get up and I give her a call. And she spins a, very deliberate story about how, like she's already worked out in her head because, she fancies herself a social engineer. She spins a story about how Squally, Vic is coming after her because he's using Squally to attack her and everything, and all this stuff. And I immediately know what happened because I already spoke to Squally, right? So I didn't let her know that, but in my conversation with Squally, I knew exactly what happened. And let me just show you something here. Goated Goddess uploaded February 17th. Name Fair Fatherless. Let me screen share with audio real quick. All right, so if I switch over to this tab, right? Oh, what's this? July 23rd. 2 days before the post goes up from Squally. The podcast, Vic Mignogna's plot to end Mars Girl, OCA podcast 227, right? At this point, this is the very end of the Mars Girl murder plot. Where to catch more Farah. We are signing off, letting her leave, and I ask her, do you want to plug any social media or something? She brings up Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and can't remember the name of her TikTok. This is what I had to say.
It's the one that has like between 700 and 800 people in it. It's got a bunch of videos of Anime Expo and some other stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the Goated Goddess one.
No. Ripping videos from another account.
Okay.
But I think that has to do with the prank, that murder prank.
Oh yeah, that one. So she has multiple TikTok accounts. I verbalize, is it the Goated Goddess one? Because that's the @ that popped into my head. She says, no, I don't think that's mine. That's I think that might be someone who's ripping off my content. Right? Mm. So from here, poetic, isn't it, Bob? That a common name, again, I just want to point out real quick that Squally has not actually doxed her. Again, the purpose of a vague tweet is that the only person who understands it is the person it's directed at.
Yep.
She says, poetic, isn't it, Bob, that a common name would cause such a stir that people feel the need to dox themselves, accurate, then claim that you had material, non-public information, and then proceed to post public information and dox yourself. Okay. Now, I don't want to go into detail necessarily on what this specific thing is, but Farah does. Since Squally already connected the first and last name intentionally, is threatening me with this and my father's death. Here is what she is posting about Bob. My therapist suggested I symbolically kill off my trauma and let go of my abusers. Thanks. So she posted something on a website called Forever Mist. It is mega cringe, and it is an interesting date associated with it. In fact, fuck it. I'm not going to read it. You guys can read it. The date of this, and this is, I was like killing myself over this the entire fucking time. How do we find the date on this? Do you remember, Rain 11? I think it was in...
I do not recall.
Oh no!
There's a way to search.
Like when it was posted?
No. There's a way to search the website, and when you search, December 27th, 2022. I just like to point out here. Vic Mignogna timeline. What was it? December 22nd? 27th. Okay. 2 days after Christmas. Let us go to December 2022. What just so happened to be going on? Oh, what? 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 It's the leaks. The leaks on Discord, where she said he wanted me to defend him in a fucking video, right? Remember that? Why can't I? Here we go. I just switch those to open a new tab, right? So that was the 23rd when they broke up. 4 days later, she writes a memorial to her dad. And I'm not going to read it. I just like, it's a window to a place I don't want to look. But she shared that herself, right? She's offering that to everybody, you know? And it became abundantly clear, even though it was pretty fucking obviously always clear, that she desperately wanted attention, that she wanted vengeance of some kind against her father who already died, and basically the rest of her family. Her birth father, who I think was murdered in prison for being a pedophile or some shit. Just the biggest tragedy of a life you can imagine is what she lived, right? And so when I spoke to her on the phone, I mentioned something that I heard directly from Squally, that I played off as though I heard it from somebody else, that Squally would quote unquote do anything to get Farah to leave Vic and her alone. Because remember, at this time, Farah was calling Squally's parents and threatening them and harassing them repeatedly over and over again, to the point where Squally was in talks with the police where she lived, in the state she was in order to file a report regarding the harassment. Right, it's the first step in having legal recourse regarding harassment, is that you have to document it. You have to tell the person to leave you alone, all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, it's plausible deniability, all stuff regarding like if you don't tell somebody to stop, they can't know to stop, right? All that stuff. So because I heard it from Squally herself, and in the context of the conversation, it was abundantly clear that she was exacerbated and just saying like, fuck me. I'm so tired of this chick. She won't leave me. She won't leave Vic. She won't leave my parents alone. Like, what do I have to do to get her to go away? Now, I verbalized this to a degree to Farah on the phone that night on the 25th last year. And her brain immediately jumped to an almost giddiness over Squally wants to have me killed. And I shut that shit down immediately, and I said, that is not at all how it was presented to me. Like, pump the fucking brakes here. And basically, I talked her down off of this like ridiculous construction she was putting together in her head, which again, is like, sociopaths do this thing where every avenue that can be advantageous, they just run down it. Full force, no consequences, right? So for her, she's thinking social engineering, all the stuff she's trying to do, this is how I'm going to keep this grift going, right? And so the next day, she tweets and says that I told her Squally wanted to have her killed. And I DM'd her and I said, how dare you? That is specifically the opposite of what I said. Right? And I basically said, fuck you, I'm out. All right? Now, I have a lot more thoughts regarding everything that transpired. I told Farah, the last thing I told her was, I will get the rest of the stuff up on the timeline, but I got to get away from this for a while, because basically, first of all, I can only put up with people who are lying to my face, and I know it for so long, but I just, especially with the job I had at the time, which I still have the same job, but the circumstances at my employer have changed dramatically since then. I just couldn't keep going. Right. So anyway, I told her that I would finish updating the timeline with the stuff she sent me. I have not even touched it since that DM, and I'd like to update it. The problem is that she doxed herself, like her actual home address, in one of the things, and I can't. I couldn't come up with a decision on whether or not I should release everything that she gave me, or whether or not I should censor things and like make notes about like I've removed her address from here. Because then it's like, if, for example, like there's ways to censor stuff on your phone, for example, where you can black something out, but it's actually able to be reversed. And I just didn't want to create a scenario where I told people like I removed an address here and then have them be able to find out what it was, or something, because I'm sure she was sharing the stuff elsewhere too. She wasn't getting everything she wanted from me. So she was talking to other people and attempting to whoever would give her a platform she wanted to have a conversation with. And the only people dumb enough to do that were me and JT Vega. So, yeah, I haven't uploaded that stuff. There's a bunch of shit, man. Like last thing I'll say is I just want to get off my chest. Specifically here in this mess, she complains that Vic chose someone who doesn't care about them, who has a kid. Right? Like he went with the woman who has a fucking kid. So, wouldn't you know it, Farah has a kid the same age as Haley's kid. But Farah wasn't able to keep hers. And honestly, it just burns me up inside listening to this selfish person talk about all of this shit and just like the vindictive, selfish nature of everything, to the point where I needed to step away from it. So anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm sorry it wasn't more exciting. Yeah, so Little Rock says Sam posted herself. Yeah, Farrah is full of shit. Farrah doxed herself. It was intentional. It was deliberate. Farrah posted, she claimed to me that she made that video with the dumb ways to die thing in order to send, like she used TikTok to edit it or whatever, right? Like adding the music and stuff so that she could then download it and send it to her family and friends or something, which is fucked up as all get out, number one, right? So she was trying to spin a story to me that she didn't mean for it to remain public or whatever, and that it wasn't her account, it was somebody else's account. Interestingly, that account got terminated the following day. I'm sure that that wasn't something that the person who owned the account couldn't just go do, right? I'm sure that TikTok's impersonation thing or whatever is so sophisticated you get stuff taken down that fast. I don't know. Did you? Yeah, seriously. She has daddy issues. She is disrespectful towards her deceased father. She is completely a degenerate. Honestly, like my heart goes out to her because like she's had such an unbelievable traumatic life that I wouldn't wish on anybody, right? But what you choose to do with the circumstances in your life kind of fucking matters, and she chose to attack relentlessly people. And I mean, previously, before it was Vic, she was going after Mars Girl, right? She fancied herself this super hacker, social engineer, and yet everything she did blew up in her face, to the point where she got a cease and desist from Ian James Corlett that she mocked mercilessly because, to be fair, it looked like bullshit because the legal team that he hired misspelled their own URL on the letterhead of the cease and desist. But you could tell midway through mocking it, she realized that it was real, and her tune changed immediately. She decided, instead of stalking Ian James Corlett and his family further, that she would just block them all to get the last laugh, and then disappeared off the face of the internet. So regardless, I hope she's doing better now. I don't think there's much value in rehashing it forever, but honestly, this has been on my heart for a long time because it's irritated me greatly, the lengths she would go to try to manipulate and use me when it was so fucking obvious. And I called her out repeatedly on stream in the nicest possible fucking way to give her an out, to like correct it or notice that she fucked up. But I don't know. I was too nice. Anyway, let's just get caught up on chat and move on here. Why do people from KickFit tend to have family issues? Well, I mean, unhappy people grow up in bad environments, and then they need to make everybody else as unhappy and as miserable as they are. Yeah, JT talked to Vega, or JT Vega talked to Farrah as well. She is a doxer, plus she does drugs. I mean, not saying I have video of her talking about doing cocaine, but I might have video of doing cocaine.
You don't.
I definitely don't. That would be illegal. She was a Chan user. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Anyway, now that we're caught up here, let's move on here. I felt like it was an appropriate time to finally address this because it was a year ago and all that. Anyway, podcast 265 pickups. Fuck. I actually have a ton of pickups, but they're upstairs. Should I go run up and get them?
Oh, let's wait till next week. Or next podcast, I mean.
Yeah. So just for the audience here, we're doing a show tonight with the intention that we'll also do one maybe on Wednesday. It's been 2 weeks since the last podcast, and there's just too much stuff to go through. Let me put it this way: when I started compiling, 1,056 tabs was where I was at. At least 350 of those were about the fallout from the Trump assassination attempt and everything. And it just became clear that I wasn't going to have any fucking time for that. Let me put it this way. Last podcast, we had 3 days worth of stuff coming out about the Trump assassination attempt. And I spent an entire day, like from the moment I woke up until the second we went live, prepping for that portion of the podcast where we had the Trump assassination attempt coverage, right? And 2 weeks worth of that much shit, I just, fuck it. I can't. I'm sorry. Anyway, Randy, you picked up the Guyver.
I did.
On 4K Blu-ray. And also The Boy and the Heron.
Yes, I did. And I forgot to post. I forgot to post the this image the last podcast. I swear I posted it, but I guess I didn't. Anyway, so now this is what it was. I have not watched the Guyver yet, but
it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Guyver 2 was so bad.
Sell me more on it. Just like
Guyver 2 was so bad that I just turned it off. And I don't mean it was bad as in like, oh, this is like a bad movie. I just mean like it never ended and it was not holding my attention at all. So eventually it just became more fun to just stare at a blank TV.
It's got a cool
Anyway.
cover.
It does, especially the mutagen one from South America or whatever, with like all the like what do they call these things in it?
Oh man,
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. Oh, I forget what they're called. Yeah,
Mutanoids or
I-
whatever. Yeah, so they're all like
mutazoids or something like that.
they look like Muppets from like Jim Henson. And they're like, one of them's like doing a Burt Reynolds like pose. Like, it looks ridiculous on that one. Anyway, all right. So Mirage Leonardo had told us this last podcast that he got a signed script, right? I held in my hands one of the most special items in my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collection. The final scene of the original 1990 movie script, signed and dedicated to me by the screenwriter, Mr. Todd Langen. My good friend, Mr. Howard Hardison, met him at a con and sent this incredible gift to me in the mail. I also got to speak to Todd in a video call. Super nice guy. Well, it's good for you, buddy.
Cool.
Randy picked up Street Sharks.
Yeah, Street Sharks.
Ah.
They are recreations, not direct reprints, but modern
old toys.
Yeah, modern-ish recreations of the old toys. So they still got the cages, they got the rubbery skin, mostly all the same. The new additions to these figures are better articulation, essentially.
You also picked up
what, Reese?
I'm being attacked in the chat personally.
Short,
Nice.
fat otaku mods are dangerous. Damn. Don't dox yourself so hard, Reese. All right, so you also picked up the Nintendo World Championship NES edition.
I did.
What's the
Seems-
bigger box? Is that just the box it came in?
The bigger box, because it came with that
Oh, this
golden
is the
cart.
deluxe.
Yeah.
Oh, did it come with this?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just showing off that you actually had the original.
I wish I had the original gold cart. I wish. Oh my god! Just to have the gray one would be nice.
Are they like what?
Nah.
I thought this was the biggest flex in the history of the podcast.
No. It comes so if you notice the logo is the
Yeah, I noticed that now. Now that I clicked on it.
Can you
the
actually
same
use
logo as
that?
the game.
Can you
No,
actually
it's
use that? Or it's just like
no, it's just a
There's
case.
no chip in it.
Yeah, it's just the case.
Man.
And it also doesn't have the. I kind of wish it had the dip switches that the original had, but it's still cool.
What are the dip switches? Oh yeah. The original version of this specific cart had those like 4 switches on it. That's right.
Yeah, to change the settings of the cartridge.
Yeah. I was picturing it when you said it like a floppy disk has the little lock slider. And I'm like, did NES cartridges have something like that? No.
Yeah,
I remember
like that too. Hey, he shows up.
Hey, Green Line, just in time for pickups.
Just in time.
Just in time to miss the trash fires.
Apparently. Yes, I love it.
So, Lady Phoenix picked up Transformers Kingdom War for Cybertron. Which character? Air Razor? Is this the one? Is this the one that ripped out Bumblebee's voice box in the Bumblebee movie?
No.
And Tigatron. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my god!
Don't worry. We don't want them to know we were making out. I'll just come in 30 seconds after you and
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I believe your innocence, Fudum.
This is like stay in the bathroom for another 5 minutes and then come out.
Right. Exactly. It's like, okay, you go back to your seat. No one needs to know we made it to the Mile High Club. I'll just take a huge shit and then I'll leave and it'll be like, I just came in right behind you. Like, right after.
And in
What
me.
the hell?
He still hasn't caught on to the joke, even though I have.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he might not notice that you came in like 10 seconds before he did.
True.
He's still on that post next already.
Right. So you got the the Famicom Switch controllers.
Yeah, so the Japanese version of the NES Championship game came with these Famicom controllers instead of the golden cartridge.
It was so nice to see that you had shared this in pickups because it meant I could close out a tab of me not sharing this in in random merge.
Previously, these were exclusive to the My Nintendo Japan, and even though you could create a My Nintendo account in Japan, it was like you needed a Japanese credit card, and and you would have had to ship it to. It was just a big pain in the ass. Anyway, now it was available on Amazon Japan. Ship it to North America perfectly fine. So I picked it up.
Cool. Lady Phoenix says these are the ones based on Beast Wars. Pick them up at TF Con Toronto. What's TF
nice.
Transformer Con?
Yeah.
She's a
nice.
There you go.
You were saying, Randy?
There's also an NES version of these, obviously, but they are still exclusive to the My Nintendo, although North America. So you can pick those up if you have the My Nintendo thing. The notable difference, though, is that these have the Famicom ones have a microphone, so that you can play the Japanese version of Zelda and whistle and kill the Podoboo characters.
I just think of that 3DS game where you had to like blow on the mic for whatever the mechanic was.
Yeah, it's probably essentially the same thing. Yeah.
They had a Mario Kart game. We had to blow on the cans to pop your balloons.
I can't imagine the microphone is that advanced that it's like picking up detailed words or anything.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if. God damn it! My download failed again. Okay, that's it. Okay, sorry, I'm downloading last podcast so I can make room on our StreamYard thing. Seb picked up Essential, Sarutonia the Evil, and Demon Slayer Entertainment District Arc. Anime Bluers are getting pretty scarce over here. Oh, so sorry. Danny says awesome. Footnum picked up Tomo-chan is a Girl?
Yeah, I needed free shipping, and
no, I'm sorry, that's an exclamation point. Sorry, I thought that was.
Oh god, I needed free shipping, and I noticed that it dropped $10 because for some reason it's like way too expensive to pre-order any limited editions anymore. So I'm like, whatever, I'll get it.
Reese, you picked up The Fall Guy.
And Hellboy 2019.
Nice.
And I got the standard edition version of Karo Season. I had pre-ordered the Steelbook Collector's Edition at the same time as Footnote's copy. But then, like, later on, I was like, I don't really need to spend over twice as much for this. I'll just buy it, or cancel that and just buy it off of Amazon for like 30-some bucks.
Cool. Footnum picked up Masamune Kun's Revenge Volume 2 and Wonder Egg Priority.
Yeah, I said ages ago.
Is that a book?
Yeah. I said ages ago that the first few volumes were just completely out of print before they even finished the stupid manga. Like, they released the final volume, and I'm like, okay, now I can catch up and get the whole thing. What? So I'm just slowly piecing them with each new Amazon order or whatever. And Wonder Egg Priority was $54, and I didn't get it. And then the next day it was $80. So I'm like, uh-oh. But then it went down to $44 like 2 days ago. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to miss this one.
Regarding your strategy for Masamune Kun's Revenge, I remember I one time decided that I would put one volume of Lupin the Third's manga in my cart every time I checked out from Right Stuff. And I bought a grand total of one volume. And then Greenline picked up Daphne and the Brilliant Blue. So this begs a question. What's the next Watch Club going to be after Paprika?
I don't know. I mean, haven't we talked about like
suggestions?
Okay, what are your suggestions?
Would you guys like to do Mashal? Because my wife would really like to watch it.
Sure, but I don't have it. Is it on Crunchyroll, or do I have to like?
Yeah,
go
I think
Netflix?
it's on Crunchyroll.
Okay.
It's on Crunchyroll.
So
Okay.
Footnum, was that Descent I heard?
No, I said it's 12 episodes
All right, cool.
currently, right? So
All right, let's do that. I would love to watch Daphne and the Brilliant Blue again. So let's put that like kind of on the.
We're talking about Mashal season 1.
Yes.
Specifically, that's the one that's on disc.
On disc, yeah.
'Cause
So
there's 2 seasons out now.
So just a heads up, we're not doing the Paprika Watch Club tonight. We're going to try to do that for the show in the middle of the week.
Okay.
Okay.
And we can go on to Mashal from there. Okay. And then maybe Daphne and the Brilliant Blue if we want. Anyway, Greenland, do you have like actual physical, like I want to show you pickups?
I do. I have one pickup.
Perfect.
I haven't fixed my background, but so long as I don't like lean over.
Okay, I'm gonna trust you while I run upstairs and grab my pickup.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So, Reese, can you put the baby on screen for me? Or
Oh
can you
yeah,
not?
absolutely.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Smart. Where is the baby? Round 1. There's the baby. There you go.
So I picked up Maizoni Koku bootleg. Look away, official buyers of official media.
Don't lean. Don't lean.
Yeah. Hold your pickups.
You're leaning.
Hold your pickups.
Lean back a little bit.
Move your pickup to the left. To your left. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
Okay. So Maizoni Koku, yeah, this is like there's like 6 episodes per Blu-ray. The dub is on it. There's no menu because it's a bootleg. Like there's no like intro. It just shoots you right into the series. So this is the first like volume. I need to flip this around. Hang on.
That's Maizoni Koku, right?
Yeah, Maizoni Koku.
I don't want to jinx it, but with the Discotheque panel coming up next weekend.
I mean, I've heard this is unlicensable, so
buy the Discotheque, boys.
Maybe turn it around so we can see the cover.
Yeah. Well, this is just the cover of one.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were.
There's 2 sets. So
I thought you were doing the second one.
That's set 1. This is set 2. This is set 2. This is set 2. This is set 2.
We see it, yeah.
And yeah, it's kind of lazily put together because there's no like there's still even the Japanese and stuff on it. Why? Like I try, man. Like I wasn't prepped for this. I didn't even think I was going to show this tonight.
No, it's working. It's working. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're making it work. We're making it work.
I'm going to flip it around. I'm going to flip it around.
Well, okay.
There we go. I got it. So this is like the end. This is the other side. Like I said, it's kind of lazy.
Giant pumpkin.
Yes, giant pumpkin with I don't know.
Carrot.
They're kind of lazily put together. So those are my 2 pickups. It's bootleg. Maybe Discotheque will release them eventually. Yeah. I don't know, but
is that your bootleg Maizoni Koku Blu-ray?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like they're unlicensable. I'm not paying. There is a listing on eBay for like $700. I'm not
for just volume 7.
No, for all of them.
Volumes 1 through 7.
Fuck! I guess I'll just buy it right now.
Oh.
Since you don't want it after all.
As I mentioned when you were.
I don't know if the listing is still available. I can check. Hang on.
But
I'll link it to you.
Things can change.
If it is.
And Discotheque Street panel is this weekend. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we've said that about every new Discotheque panel that they are hyping up. We're like, oh, Maizoni Koku, and then last year they dropped the bomb on us of like, yeah, literally.
No, it's $1,083 is what you're doing. Oh, it's Canadian dollars though, so it's cheaper. Oh, it's like 1,500 Canadian dollars. Never mind, that was the converted price.
So it's like $150, right?
Yeah. Okay, so full screen me real quick.
Yeah.
So first off, my pickups from Anime Expo. I picked up Lupin Zero.
Nice.
I picked up.
You could do that for a watch club.
I picked up the live-action Parasite movies. I made a note to myself on one of my rewatches of like the old ass episodes of the podcast, like pre-100, to buy it, and I never did. So I didn't.
You need to redeem your digital copy on it.
Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust Blu-ray, because I wanted to support Anime Depot, and they had that. And then I also bought.
How much was that one?
$49.99. I also bought Zombie Ass Toilet of the Dead Special Edition.
Watch Party 1?
Yes, I'm glad we're on the same page. All right. Now, I also picked up the first Slam Dunk on Blu-ray, right?
I thought you got that already.
No, I mean, I mentioned it. I mentioned it on stream, but I didn't show it on stream. And then I picked up The Great Pretender.
Oh, no. That's so thick.
It is thick. I
is
kind
it
of want
thick
it though, but like I don't know.
It's only like
It doesn't-
23 episodes.
It doesn't even have the newest thing that came out though on it though, so
Which
it's
will
in
probably
vain.
be released by Crunchyroll.
All right. And then my wife was so excited when we got a package from Crunchyroll that she was convinced was Mashle. Yet it was Oshinoko. The Steelbook Reese opted not to get. So we can watch Club this as well because I.
Well, we'll probably have to wait till Freedom gets his steelbook. Who knows when that's going to
And then last but not least, in terms of Blu-rays, I also picked up.
The suspense is killing me.
Wouldn't you goddamn know it? It's Mashle on Blu-ray. There goes my new laptop.
There goes $100 down the drain.
All right, so I live in Huntington Beach, and
Doxed.
there's a thing called Anime Night Market, OC, and I guess it's just like a loosely organized mini convention that just finds places to act as a venue, and it's a free event. They just set it up there, and people show up. They chose to take over the Westminster Mall, which is like slated for demolition. It's so dead, and fuck, man, that shit was off the chain. I went there. I mentioned this in the Hentai Graphic, the original one. I filmed outside of the Westminster Mall because my wife had pre-ordered a manga that a place in the Westminster Mall called Small Wonders was holding for her. And so we had to go there anyway. So we filmed it outside, too close to the freeway. You could barely hear anything. It was a stupid idea. But they were still in business, Small Wonders, even through COVID and everything. They somehow managed to get through there. So I really like the people who run that store. And every time I go in there, I try to buy something to help keep them in there. So I bought Sagari from Aramanga Sensei figure.
Wow.
I really wanted Elf-san or whatever her name was, the girl in the red. I want that figure of her like lifting up her dress or whatever with Sagari, like, you know. And then as we left Anime Night Market, I looked over as they were like packing up because it was like the end of the thing, and I found the most badass.
Damn.
Right?
That's Kon from Bleach's. That's his Giga Chad like brother.
Yeah, I call him Lionel Schwarzenegger.
So
Anyway.
I posted that link. If you actually wanted it, it's in the chat. It's in the private
All
chat. The link to
I'll take a look at it.
It's a
I
bit.
already
There
have
you go.
all but I think volume 7.
Okay.
No.
So it wouldn't be the best use of my money, but you know.
Right.
Have you seen listings for volume 7 in comparison yet?
No, but that's where
Lately.
most of the price is coming from, I'm guessing. All right. So I'm looking for a mouse, but I forgot I used a trackpad.
You can get one for $300, just so you know.
Okay,
that's half the price.
All right, I have to double check my collecting app, find out, because I know it's volume 7. I might also not have volume 6 or something, but I've got them. I've got them in there, so I'll
hang on.
figure it out.
You want to run through the comments?
Yeah. So, Stan said you gave her the rope and hoped she wouldn't use it, but yeah, well, I don't know. She didn't quite use it the way I expected her to, but she was very fucking high in every podcast she was on. Hello, the Cool TG. Japanese imports exist back then. It is a good thing you may find some in the late 80s and early 90s. Okay. Is that about Meizan and Koku? Tomo-chan Onanoko is ruined by Sony. Oh, thanks. Sally Amaki supports Sony using wrong dialogue in the English dubs. Amazon has a talking to video. The anime tend to get sold out from AnimEigo.
Well, to be clear, Tomo-chan has the Japanese on the Blu-ray, which is probably how I'm going to watch it if I rewatch it.
Japan may never separate right stuff. I'm sorry, Crunchyroll may never separate right stuff. Even if the sales are low, Japan should own anime. Sony deserved no rights. Oh.
No, Sony's based in Japan, right?
Yeah. Problem is that their U.S. branch is steering the ship, it seems. All right. Speaking of AnimEigo,
I think it's still going to be Sony, whether you know it or not.
Robert and Natsumi are at it again. Check out the preview for the next limited edition Blu-ray Kickstarter, The Dagger of Kamui. So if we click on that link, it takes us to, this is a private preview. Thank you. Let me see it. All right. So this is going to be their next Kickstarter. I don't have anything to say about it. The letdown. I don't remember anything. I remember putting this disc on the DVD and it was over. I was like, I don't think I paid attention at all. That's like when I read a book over and over again. Like, or you're just reading the same line and then you're like, I can't read.
I think it's disappointing for another reason too, because Justin already said they have intentions to basically remaster the whole library that AnimEigo currently has. That's currently on DVD, so put it all out on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
And this was already one of those contenders, so it was expected without a Kickstarter.
But regardless, I'm pretty sure that Sabakis does these Kickstarter ones anyway. So,
well, he said he let Robert and Natsume.
No. I'm saying that I think that in the past, the Kickstarters they've done have been outsourced to Media OCD.
Oh, right.
So I'm saying that he would have done it regardless. So we're going to get a quality that you can count on, right?
I mean, we would already expect that anyway, because the previous quality has always been crazy good.
Mm-hmm.
Minus the quality control of the.
What is his saying? At a bit rate just shy of what will cause your Blu-ray player to catch fire.
Catch on fire.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen this, but I just remember being like, "Wow, that was."
So this is Media OCD, yeah, doing this.
Oh, it's AnimEigo, but
AnimEigo.
But yeah, probably.
So in
Media
regards
OCD
to that,
doing
Reese,
the
you were
disc.
saying that next week is the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, AnimEigo and Discotheque.
For the
on Saturday, one after the other.
On Saturday. Okay.
On Saturday.
Cool, and then I've got my next tab here, Untitled, which is good job, good effing job, me.
Proud of you.
Yep. WordPress has gotten very bad at these. Okay, so Mirage Leonardo shared this. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Evolution, Mutation, and Reboot documentary series. So if you are a fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or documentaries in general, this might be something you'd like to check out. It covers 40 years, it's 4 hours, and it's for fans. Oh, see what they did there? So basically, it's the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles put to film. Nice. Okay, moving on. All right, in convention news. Wow, what's this wonderful news we have to talk about here? Okay, hold up. Anime Matsuri says, hold on, I'm going to turn off night mode. I hate this shit. Display night mode. Go away. Okay. Anime Matsuri and Twin Engine presented the U.S. premiere of My Dear Friend Nokotan at Anime Matsuri 2024. What was that? August 7th and 8th? Is that what it was? What? When is it? Oh, right here. Oh, the 8th through the 11th? Well, that's even worse, isn't it? The premiere, you say? Premiering. Uh-oh. I can watch episodes 1 through 4 on Crunchyroll and dubbed on Amazon? Premiere, you say, huh? Okay, so people said, isn't this already out? How is it a premiere? This will be the latest episodes that have not been released. RSVP here. Okay, so what does it say here? Anime Matsuri and Twin Engine proudly present the U.S. premiere of My Dear Friend Nokotan. We will be screening new episodes. Manga artist and creator Oshio Oshi, or Oshioshi? Oh, Oshioshio. Okay. Yeah, got one of the Nishio Ishin things going on here. And editor Sho Igarashi will join us for this premiere. This premiere will be subbed. There is a limited capacity to require everyone to RSVP to attend. Okay, so, I mean, if you're premiering episodes like 9 and 10 or whatever,
I bet it'd be 6 and 7. I bet it'll be 6 and 7.
So if you're going to premiere episodes 6 and 7, do you think it's a little disingenuous to say U.S. premiere? I mean, screening episodes 6 and 7 is not the same thing as premiering the show. You know,
and they have to be specific and tell us what episodes are premiering.
Yeah. So that's a little shady.
Clickbait.
Yeah. All right, let's move into live action news. Rumor: Netflix scraps Horizon Zero Dawn adaptation. Here's the reason: they couldn't find an actress ugly enough.
Makes me feel like the Hulk. Come on.
Okay. I was supposed to find specifically something to use, and I forgot to look for one.
AC was the one who ruined that, but
maybe they would have gotten the person who actually did the facial whatever scanning,
and then she'd have been too attractive.
It would have been, yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Too pretty. The standards to live up to would be too great.
Yeah.
But
am
also,
I okay to talk now?
No, you're not. No, you're not. The other thing is that they would have made the because Netflix, they would have made the lesbian DLC path canon, right?
Yeah. Marziano says, for the part 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles documentary, if things go according to plan, I may actually be interviewed by the Kickstarter creators and featuring it. Awesome, dude. Nothing has been officially confirmed as of yet, however, but fingers crossed that my collection may be shown in the film. They said they are trying to reach out to Tuttle fans. So the Tuttle twins is not making a documentary. Turtle fans to be featured in the documentary. Well, awesome, dude. Make sure that you have some OCA podcast merch hidden in the background somewhere. Wear the OCA Porncast shirt. Right. Cool. All right. In other news, San Diego Comic-Con 2024, quote, Netflix's live-action BioShock film shifts direction following budget cuts. Quote, it's going to be a more personal point of view as opposed to a grander, more epic project. Uh-oh. In a move that bodes about as well for the project as a cracked window does for Rapture, Netflix's live-action BioShock film will apparently now be made on a significantly reduced budget. At the time of BioShockles, what? Greenlighting? Netflix has, I think that's a problem with the highlight. Oh, yeah, okay. At the time of BioShock's greenlighting, Netflix was overseen by the streaming giant's film head, Scott Stuber, and as a result, had received a significant production budget. However, following Stuber's exit in January of this year and his replacement by the far more budget-conscious Dan Lim, the producer said the film was subsequently subjected to a massive budget cut. The new regime has lowered the budgets, so we're doing a much smaller version. It's going to be a more personal point of view as opposed to a grander, more epic project. To this end, the Lego Movie producer also revealed that the streaming giant would be moving to adopt a more traditional approach to its offering of financial incentives to creators. Quote, they're changing it to be a metric similar to box office bonuses. It's a chart. It's this amount of views. You get this amount of compensation in terms of increased backend. It motivates the producers to actually do a movie that gets a bigger audience. What on earth were they previously giving you bonuses for? DEI shit? Like, so this, of course, begs the question, what's going to happen to One Piece? Also, here's a picture of the Rumbar pirate ship from season 2. What do you think? You think One Piece? Do you think One Piece has proved itself with season 1 to the point where they wouldn't slash the budget for season 2? Because this is a bad season to introduce Chopper in if you're going to slash the budget, right?
It depends on how they do them, right? If they do them practically, it might be okay.
He's gonna
be now he's going to be a Muppet. Like
you know, they did have Jim Henson's working on the Dark Crystal. Yeah. Maybe they called him. Pardon?
Didn't Jim Henson die recently? I don't know.
Yeah, he's dead. I'm talking with the company.
Okay. Sure.
Jim Henson's project.
Company. Yeah.
But how would they do the big Chopper in Muppet?
Monster form?
We all know Dwayne the Rock
Save that
Johnson
for CG. you could well, not only does that not appear in this season, you could do that in CG. It's just like 3 scenes. Yeah, I think that the first season did well enough that I don't think they'll slash the budget. But Netflix is notorious for dropping the ball. If like any hint that the season does shitty, the 3rd season is not going to get very much funding, right?
If greenlit at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a sad day to be Netflix, where projects must have merit and metrics that show people want to see them. That's a hard thing for live action production at Netflix. What's this? A Skibidi Toilet movie and TV franchise are in the works with Michael Bay directing. What?
Maybe producing.
Is this real?
Maybe not directing. Maybe producing.
Okay, with Michael Bay, by Michael Bay. I don't know what that means. Since the original video posted by Gerasimov back in early 2023 to his YouTube channel, The Fuck Boom, titled simply Skibidi Toilet, featured a head popping out of a toilet and singing. This is apparently what younglings crave, as since then his videos have raked in hundreds of millions of views. This is what the kids want. Let's make it into a multi-million-dollar movie. I'm sure that will translate well. I'm sure that's not going to be a hello, fellow kids moment. Also, I'm always, every time I see a picture of Michael Bay, I'm disturbed by the fact that he's better looking than I expect him to be based on his reputation.
How old is this picture?
I don't know. I'm not saying he's like a particularly handsome guy. I'm just saying that I always expect him to look significantly worse. Anyway, in streaming news, let me turn off. Shit. Oh, good. Now I'm tired midway through.
Goodbye, copyright.
So, let's pause that. So, Sailor Moon, what was it called? Sailor Moon Cosmos the movie, part 1 and part 2 are finally coming to Netflix, premiering August 22nd. KENGAN ASHURA season 2 part 2 anime is kicking off August 15th. Should have put that first, sorry. So I guess this is the end of KENGAN ASHURA, or at least season 2. I'm glad that they're continuing with it. I haven't watched it since season 1 ended. I want to. I love this show.
Wait, Is that the Netflix loophole? You make the seasons into parts, so you're basically indirectly getting like 4 seasons?
I guess. Anyway. Good to see he's coming back after fighting Baki, and I haven't watched that yet, but I presume he loses because it's animated by the team that does Baki instead of the team that does KENGAN.
Sure.
All right. Also, Uzumaki anime premieres on September 28th. So this is the one that Jason DeMarco produced, the one that's full season.
Yes.
Have you guys watched this trailer?
I've seen some of it.
Holy fuck. Is this the appropriate medium for Junji Ito?
I'm going to be that guy. I've never really been interested in Uzumaki. It's not really my cup of tea, but if it airs on Toonami, I'll fucking sit through and watch it. Like,
yeah, it's airing on Toonami. It's going to air on Toonami like in September.
Yeah. So what I'm saying here is that previously we've gotten a couple of Junji Ito anime from Japan, right?
Yeah.
And although they've done their best, they just don't capture his artwork very well. Because he has this thing with line work where he'll do like an absurd amount of lines on a face to really convey like a ghoulish effect or something. And in anime, when that needs to be moving and stuff, they just tone it down quite a lot, and it loses that Junji Ito appeal, right?
I mean, when I watched a couple episodes of, what is that? The Uzumaki collection, geez.
The Junji Ito collection?
Or whatever it's called. I thought they captured it pretty well. I just thought my normal shtick is that the stories just suck ass and I don't care.
So if you look at those iconic scenes from the manga side by side with the manga, they're not even close. They don't hold up at all in the anime still frames, right? This particular part right here, and again, granted, Adult Swim is cutting this trailer together to show you some of the best moments that have the least amount of jank. So maybe it's not going to be that good. I don't know. But this part right here looks so fucking good for that brief moment where he's like twisting around, which is Uzumaki means spiral in Japanese. I just think this shit looks so fucking good right here. Like this looks like the manga panel to a degree, right? And then it, even though it's CGI, right, it holds up pretty well. I'm pretty impressed. So anyway, just want to share that with you guys and move on.
I didn't even realize it was all CGI.
Gundam Requiem for Vengeance 3D CG anime releases new trailer and announces an October 17th premiere. Okay, so this is the one that's coming out. It's going to air the 6-episode series. It's on Netflix, right? And it's the one with the character. So these got to be a Principality of Zeon people, right?
Zoom in on the yellow patch.
Well, I mean, they've got the Zaku behind them.
I mean, sure. Though there are some cases with like rogue
Principality of Zeon, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So pretty diverse and inclusive group of villains.
Oh my god.
I mean, I just think it's a little funny.
Pour one out for
personally, I root for the Principality of Zeon because it's the ultimate fuck around and find out when you try to take their sovereignty and they drop the colony on you. I mean, that's like the second American Revolution, if you ask me. So I root for these guys, but I will not be rooting for this chick's eyebrows, hairline, tattoos, hair color, and everything else to do with them.
What about that guy, the ginger?
Guy with the Lucky Charms? Yeah. Anyway.
I'm surprised they actually included someone with red hair. Like, you know, that's a.
And she's got just on the other side of this head is the haircut. Right?
She might actually. I'm actually. I can't remember the old trailer.
I'll show you. She has it.
Oh, so that wasn't a joke. That you were just spitting straight facts. Like, imagine having to do that, having to conceal the haircut in order to swindle viewers to maybe watch.
Let me. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh man, you can't see it because of the bandage, but she does have the hair with the like shaved head on the side. The other girls the only person with a head injury is this one. Oh no!
Come on, Reese. We know why she got an injury, just so they could give her the haircut and justify it.
Wow. I don't like Post Malone's new career as a.
I remember when what's her face, Sayla, dyed her hair pink, purple, cut her hair, got tattoos.
Who?
Sayla, the blonde chick, Char's sister.
Oh. Okay. Meanwhile, Young Jump's YouTube channel got banned for showing underage girls in bikinis.
Well, they lived up to their name, I guess. Young
They're
Jump.
showing their target audience's target love interests.
Young Jump, the older brother magazine of Shueisha's Jump line of magazines, recently got its YouTube channel banned for featuring underage girls in bikinis. I mean, are they like pulling them up into their crotch or like giving themselves wedgies on video? Unlike the regular weekly Shonen Jump, Young Jump Comics is known to feature series containing heavy violence and a fair bit of sexual content. The magazine often features gravure, which is essentially glamour models who pose in provocative swimsuits or lingerie marketed towards young men. While gravure models show more skin, they don't pose nude. And Young Jump reported getting its YouTube channel suspended for a week. So that's not really banned, is it? Just suspended.
That's already over.
Despite not showing any nudity or breaking any rules. In accordance with YouTube's guidelines, Young Jump TV has been suspended for 1 week, so we have decided to release it on Young Jump Manga TV. We apologize for the inconvenience and thank you for your understanding. Some of these girls, all of these girls have very strangely shaped heads. Girl on the far left is the only one that looks human.
Their defense in court, it was AI.
Young Jump Gravure followed with an update saying that due to YouTube's guidelines policy, the channel had been essentially banned and that the release of its latest video had been suspended but would be released through its Young Jump Blue membership program. Gravure in Japan has always featured models under the age of 18, but due to policies pushed by companies such as YouTube and its current political climate, it could become yet another part of Japanese culture to vanish soon. Maybe that's okay. I can't wait till Japan enters that weird craze that 90s internet had where like people would count down the days for a celebrity to turn 18. Right? Like all right, let's jump into anime news. I randomly cut half of it out and posted it for next podcast, so I hope I didn't cut anything important. All right.
And it's still a mile long.
Although tonight everybody's here, maybe I should swap out that last one. We have that isekai discussion. Dragon Ball Daima anime promises a grand adventure in new trailer. A grand adventure, you say? Not a grand tour? Except this says, welcome to the great adventure. You can't fucking read, Daryl. Yeah, so I can't show you the trailer necessarily, but it looks like some bullshit. Oh, well, that's right. Well, let's make sure that we make sure you know, because it's definitely not a cash grab. Original work and story, character design, character. Let's put his name real fucking big and do it real fast so you think it says the final dying work of Akira Toriyama. He has nothing to do with this, I'm sure. It's all marketing.
Does the name have anything in relation to the word, like the phrase "Tadaima"?
Oh no.
What does that even mean again? Like "good day" or something?
Daima is what you say when you come home. Yeah.
Right.
So Dragon Ball home.
No, that's not what it really what it means is I've returned. Right?
Dragon Ball, I've returned.
Yeah, but Tadaima is 2 words, right?
Yeah, Tadaima. Yeah, it probably does.
So what's Tadaima?
It probably does have something to do with the phraseology of the term, but also remember that they changed the name of this thing at the very last second. You guys, like, even the fucking logo looks like an afterthought. Like, I fucking have that font. I mean, I could recreate that shit so fast, right? I forgot what it was originally called, but we had there was a whole different name for it. Dragon Ball Magic or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And then they, like, at the very last second said, no, fuck it, change it to Daima. Anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. Let's move on. All right. Also, what the fuck? 90s jump manga Jigoku Sensei Nube. Hell Teacher Nube is getting an anime adaptation in 2025.
I mean, I'm a fan of when they do stuff like Parasite, Ushio, and Tora, like take an ancient manga and make a modern adaptation.
Didn't this already have an anime?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It has one that was only released on VHS over here, if I recall.
Oh.
So this is probably like a reboot or a remake?
Manga was previously adapted into a 49-episode television series plus several films and OVAs by Toei Animation, as well as a 10-episode live-action drama and PlayStation video game. Holy fuck, it's popular.
Wow.
The story follows Meisuke Ueno, a.k.a. Nube, a psychic teacher with a demon hand, as he battles evil.
How does he teach his
Urge
class?
Masturbation. You jizz and it spells stuff like a Ouija board.
No, it makes a magic circle, a pentagram.
Hold up, that's no demon hand. That's a semen hand.
Psychic teacher with a demon hand as he battles evil spirits and monsters to protect his students in this saga that employs elements of Japanese mythology and folklore to tell a fan-pleasing action story, whatever the fuck that means. Known for its occult and horror elements, on-school ghost stories, and urban legends, Nube captivated readers across generations with his heroic efforts to save his students from supernatural threats. Oh, interesting. I'm less interested in it now. All right. Also, Rising of Shield Hero Season 4 unveils new teaser visuals. So there's a...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I guess we'll look at it.
I'm placing a bet on January next year.
I'm glad to see his lolly harem increases in size. What's this show doing in there?
Oh no, it's gone woke.
She's also disabled.
I have a Crush at Work TV anime announced. Can you keep a secret? I kind of like this logo with like the enter key on the keyboard. The TV anime adaptation has officially been revealed for Akamaru Enomoto's I Have a Crush at Work manga. Details are incredibly light at the moment, but the teaser visuals unveiled with a quick look at co-workers Yui Mitsuya and Masugu Tateshi. So this is basically like Senpai is annoying without the size difference.
Maybe the enter key is like they actually enter. They actually do it.
I think they do, actually. Yui Mitsuya and Masuga Tateshi aren't just any coworkers. They totally have the hots for each other. His helpful yet humble attitude makes her giddy, and her cuteness leaves him grinning like a fool. Problem is, they're trying to keep their new relationship under wraps to avoid making things awkward at work. But seeing how they can't keep their hands off each other, they run the risk of spilling their little secret with each passing day at the office. I like the idea that they're like, jumping into the utility closet is like a makeshift love hotel. Doing it behind the doing it behind the water cooler. Anyway. All right, so
hey, is the water cooler broken? No, I keep hearing like thuds. What are you doing back there?
Yeah,
nothing.
like-
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it.
I'm changing the jug. Don't come back here. Do you need a hand? No.
I don't need another one. No.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the bubbles just keep rising from the base of the tank, like blurk, blurk.
He's like,
Why
in
is there
Japan-
a Stevie handprint on the back of this?
in Japan, instead of saying "I'm coming," they say "I'm going." They're like, "I'm going." You're going home? Like,
where are you going?
What? Are you sick or something?
Can I come with?
Yeah. Okay, so I previously talked about this. Orb on the movements of the Earth anime releases first trailer, announces October 22 for a premiere. So this is the one that had that real painterly art style that was vaguely reminiscent of JoJo, right? Not this art style, but very interesting premise. The flat earthers will be mad. In 15th century Europe, heretics are being burned at the stake. Rafal, a brilliant young man, is expected to enter university at an early age and study the era's most important field, theology. But Rafal values reason above all else, which leads him both to the shocking conclusion that the Earth orbits the sun and into the hands of the Inquisition. A decade later, two members of the Watch Guild, the dour young Oxy and the cynical Grass, find a hidden stone chest that details the secrets of the universe Rafal left behind. Dare they try to change their own stars by selling the heretical texts, or would they only lead to the stake and the fire? So, anyway, it's about the men on a conquest to pull the wolves over your eyes and convince you the Earth is round. All right, so Wistoria wand and sword, right? So this is speaking of Mashal. So this is Mashal without the muscles. It says here, in a world where magic reigns, Will Surfort can't cast a spell. Though hardworking, Will's classmates think less of him for it. However, he has a secret strength, his sword. Can Will defy expectations with muscles over magic? How dare you?
What?
Fired. Can't use that word. And blade over wand? Find out this epic sword and sorcery adventure. So it's basically Rock Lee goes to Hogwarts, but Mashal does that better because I would be convinced that he'd be ripped at Hogwarts, which is what Mashal is. Our next Watch Club Mashal, right? Anyway, all right. The Unwanted Undead Adventure English dub announced, cast and crew revealed. So this is the one I've been talking about with the guy wearing the like skull mask. It looks kind of badass. And I don't know any of these names. Do you guys know Alex Hom?
Nope.
Corey Pettit?
Zach Bolton looks familiar, but aside from that, he's a producer.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Right, exactly. Okay, all right, moving on. Aaliyah sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. English dub reveals cast and crew and release date. Guess who's voicing Aaliyah? Guess.
Monica.
Sarah Natashany, the voice of Ash Ketchum.
Oh,
the new voice of Ash Ketchum.
Yeah, the new voice. She's
newer.
Russian too, right? So makes sense. Also, this guy's voiced by Aaron Dismuke.
I don't see why you thought we'd guess that, by the way.
I didn't think you'd guess it. I knew you wouldn't.
I'm like, that kind of sounds familiar, but I'm like, not sure where. Oh, right, because I'm.
So this guy is voiced by Aaron Dismuke.
Yes.
I'm shocked they got him considering he's such a high risk with his deep throating of cactuses. Oh.
Right? Oh man. Also,
I will
apparently
never be over the fact that he didn't come back for that one show.
Apparently, Nick Huber is going to voice Ando. Is that Chuck Huber's son? Or is there no relation?
You'll have to tweet at Chuck.
Yeah. Also, Random 11 is going to avoid this with a passion because there's so many feet in this.
There's also a little sister who rides her brother.
I've seen that clip multiple times. In fact,
Yeah. in the Japanese, she goes, "Good morning, brother." So in the English dub, she goes, "Ohayo, Oni-chan." All right. Chain Soldier anime dubcast announced. Oh, guess who's in this? Oh, Brittany Karbowski, good choice. Oh, Monica Rial. Oh,
yeah. I like how you changed the colors.
It's Sensei.
All right, so Monica Rial is voicing Ryren and Sahara. Let's see who those people are.
Is it the slave or the slave owners?
Huh. Monica Rial. Good casting.
Well fitting.
All right, also, Carrie Magic, 30 years of virginity can make you a wizard? English dub announced. Guess who voices the main guy?
Oh, no.
Aaron Dismuke?
Me?
Damon Mill.
Oh, no. No.
Oh!
Speaking of which, did I ever update you on the Joshua Seth podcast?
Oh, did Damon Mills finally feature?
No, I think the podcast is just indefinitely on hiatus now. It's been a year since an episode's come out or something like that.
I just want to point out, Vic got married before Ron and Monica.
Did I miss whatever that update is?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the first article.
Is it someone else from...
it's
not what's her name?
A former anchor for Houston.
It is a new person to the Vic drama thing, never before mentioned.
Yep.
Damn.
They apparently knew each other 30 years ago.
Yep.
Okay.
Happy for him. Anyway, in other voice acting news, Pui Pui Molcar the movie, Mole Max introduces new guinea pig voice actor. Yeah, let's share this with audio. He said, "Oh shit, motherfucker, I am an idiot. I went to all that trouble to add something to the brand and never fucking played it. God damn me, I suck." So, real quick, let's finish off this topic. Okay, I didn't add anything to the brand because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's stop screen sharing and share with audio. Let's not do that. Clicked on the wrong window. There we go. He deserves an Oscar. All right. So the thing I loaded in the brand that I totally forgot about and didn't show. Last year, when I went to Anime Expo, Farrah was there, right? And I bought body cams, right? Just so that if anything happened while I was at Anime Expo, I'd have it recorded, right? Just because it was hard enough to record all the conversations, right? But just in case anything happened anywhere at Anime Expo, because weird stuff happens there all the time. Like, for example, last year, when we were walking back from a place we got lunch, coincidentally, the same place that we were eating at in the clip I'm about to show you that we're leaving, we witnessed a homeless man pooping into his own hand so he could throw it at cosplayers. So that was something I got on video last year that I can't put to YouTube because of the nature of it. So we left.
Follow our Patreon where you can see that footage.
You don't need to see that.
You barely see anything either.
Yeah. So when we left the place we were eating, which is like 3 or 4 blocks away from the LA Convention Center, we were getting in an elevator in this like little mini like hole in the ground. It almost feels like a strip mine, the way that they just kind of like shred downward, but it like in different layers, right? And then there's like shops on each layer kind of thing. So we're leaving the food court there, and this is what happened. Now, just so you guys know, my wife was in a wheelchair during Anime Expo. Okay, so just that'll throw you when you see the back of her head, like I'm super fucking tall. I'm pushing her in the wheelchair.
Shut the fuck up!
Not a chance, dude.
Yeah, I was like...
That is your job. Anyway, upon further looking at that footage, I think there is a 80+% chance that was fair. Anyway, any comments? Oh.
You dodged a bullet. You almost got
Fairy
stuck
Tail
in that
100?
helmet.
What is it? 100 Years Quest? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm. I currently watch.
I've seen the first episode.
I've seen a grand total of 0 minutes of Fairy Tail.
So they've kept most of the original cast for the dub. A couple of people were changed out though.
Let's see. Mobile suit pronouns 00. Nice.
No.
Oh man, there's a shit ton of comments here.
Delete that. You're giving them ideas.
The big daddies in BioShock were too problematic for modern times, so they'll be referred to as Mr. Bubbles, and they'll give him special pronouns. I don't think the big daddies are the problem.
I think he's talking about the name.
It's the choice of murdering the children.
No. The big daddy little sister dynamic is a bit too taboo for Netflix, I guess.
Seth Rogen is Skibidi Toilet.
Bubble Man.
Ralph's Breaks the Internet is already outdated when it made references like that floss dance or something. I mean, fucking Sonic flossed in the Sonic movie. Of course, Netflix have Sailor Moon Cosmos they got Eternal. You would have to get the Japanese Blu-rays. Okay. I think that was in reference to a thing further up in line we've addressed a million times. That's what they did at Sonic Prime, split 26 episodes into 4 seasons. Okay. Shaved side of the head is called the mental illness haircut. Thank you. Dragon Quest already replaced male/female with type 1, type 2. Actually, it's look A and look B. But yeah. Before Akira Toriyama died in the mobile game, Dragon Ball Daima feels too much like Dragon Ball GT. Yep. Shield Hero has gotten kind of boring. Yeah. First season was great. First season is a fucking masterpiece all the way through. I don't even remember anything from season 2. I remember only was it a turtle?
Yeah, giant
tortoise. Giant tortoise that they go inside for some goddamn reason. That was fucking bullshit.
It's hard.
Haven't even started season 3 yet. Offices must better than colleagues. Okay. Of course, in reality, Japanese workers are overworked and underpaid. Well, that's why there's so much sexual tension. Also, there's no Haru Suzumiya season 2 since that is the Endless 8. Okay. Offices must be better than colleges, of course. In reality, Japanese workers are okay. Well, still don't understand. Chiri from Pokemon SV has the bigot haircut. Oh, the bigot haircut. Is that the Phil? What's his name? Not Phil Spencer. What's the name of the guy who ran the alt-right or whatever? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. You know the haircut.
Nick Fuentes?
No, the other guy before him.
Richard Spencer?
Richard Spencer. I don't know. Anyway, Luigi, it used to be a real haircut, a rebel haircut in the 80s. He's Storm in the X-Men. Now it just means conformity. Oh, you mean the shave thing. Okay. It might not be fair, but it does, right?
But, I mean, Fair is just basically a California girl, right? Accent.
I mean, I was looking, I was zooming in on each frame. I'm where, do I see any tattoos? I sent it to Squally and she said, no, that's not her because she's wearing a religious headdress. I'm no, you've misunderstood. She's wearing a COVID mask on her chin or whatever, or on her neck.
How tall was she?
Yeah, that was the thing I said. That's what I said to Squally when I sent her the video. I was the only thing that makes me believe it's not her is that she made such a big deal about how tall she was, but she also wore those all the way up to the knee, boots that had that much room at the bottom to elevator and stuff. She always talked about
her height would be on those wrestling match things,
maybe,
wouldn't it? If you cared enough.
Yeah, I don't care enough. It's all that matters is headcanon now. Is it even?
I just like how you did that's your problem.
Yeah.
It's like Spider-Man when the robber went past.
Yeah.
It's like you're gonna find
I
out
missed the
that
part
she
where that's
murdered
my
your
problem.
uncle. Yeah.
Is it even BioShock without little sisters? Did any of you ever get a chance to watch the Netflix Kinnikuman anime yet? Yes. I highly recommend it for fans of the podcast specifically. A real yeah. I read Shield Hero Season 1 was the peak. Yeah, it is. Cool. All right, let's jump into the next thing here. All right, Ranma 1/2 returns with original voice cast on October 5th.
In the Japanese.
Japanese voice cast.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the original Japanese voice cast. Can I get a baby on screen, please?
Oh, we're not gonna need it. They didn't even. They've covered up like so much.
Oh, we will need it. Put the fucking. I'll do it. I'll do it myself. Goddamn it.
I'm trying to find the brand. That's where we're at.
All right. So yeah, they remade Ranma. Whoa, everybody is so excited. Oh, whoa, no! Ranma 1/2 remake trailer already showing signs of censorship as expected. So much censorship. So much censorship. We scrolled right past. The old show had nips. That's what they're trying to say.
Hold up. We're going to have to make a supercut where it briefly goes to the ancient one, then comes back to reality.
I don't understand why this show needed a reboot.
Because it doesn't end?
Is that why? Okay.
Yeah.
So are they just gonna like Hunter x Hunter 2011 it in like breakneck speed through the entirety of like the 9 seasons that originally had or whatever? Because I don't like that. I don't want that at all. Just fucking pick up where you left off. That would have been fine. You got the original voice cast. Why would you start over? Right? Anyway. All right. Terminator Zero anime unveils official teaser trailer. So there's a teaser. And here's an image. Have you guys watched the trailer?
No. I don't really care about Terminator, honestly. But
I love Terminator.
I mean, I like the first 2 just fine, but I'm not like I'm not like, in love with it.
When I first watched this trailer, I was like, I just couldn't get into it. Like, man, I could barely fucking hear it. What the hell's going on? Turned on my speakers all the way. I had my headphones plugged in, and they were sitting on my desk.
You're hearing this like faint, like
I could
music,
barely
like,
hear it
side.
like this. I could hear enough of it that I could follow everything they were saying and everything.
But it never dawned on you that sound wasn't coming from your speakers. It's like off to the side.
It was so loud that it actually conceivably just seemed like a bad audio mix.
Wow.
And then I realized that my headphones were plugged in, and I was like, "Oh, let's hear this again." I'm like, "Oh, that's
and then
way
next time, Julie puts on the headphones, she's like blown back and like goes deaf. Thank you, honey, for fucking deafening me.
I think she has her own. Well, I guess next time she uses.
I know. I'm making the joke though.
Yeah. I gotcha.
She's fine. It was him that was negatively affected, and he blew out his ears. And the next time he put on the.
So there's also this new visual.
I mean, it looks sick though. I like the character design.
Isn't this production IG?
Yes.
So that is a guy, right, who's come back in time to say it's a chick.
I believe it's a chick.
I'm
if
hoping
that's a
it's
guy,
a chick.
that's some big titty.
I thought it was a pectoral. I didn't want to misjudge and
you want to assume the gender of a dead person.
I'm guessing that's the character voiced by Rosario Dawson.
Okay. I mean, anyway. I hope
I'm
enough nudity of her if it is. I'm
underwhelmed so far in what I've seen. I want to enjoy it, but I just like Terminator has such a bad track record. Like the first 2 are masterpieces. The third one sucks ass. The fourth one is awesome, and nobody likes it for some reason. The fifth one has a great idea behind it that's executed very poorly. The sixth one is dog shit, and the seventh one is going to star John Cena. Also, Rooster Fighter anime officially announced. Adult Swim will air the series when it premieres. Yes. Cockfighter, the anime.
Wait, what did you say? Adult Swim's going to air it?
Yep.
Or did I mishear you?
We got Adult Swim.
He's too busy reading.
Adult Swim and not Toonami? Okay.
Or maybe Toonami.
Okay.
Probably Toonami.
I think it said Adult Swim, but maybe. Did I read it wrong?
I originally saw this
Adult Swim
when it.
When you originally saw it.
But it's probably gonna be on Toonami.
Yeah, that's what they mean when they when they air anime on Adult Swim, they mean Toonami. Yeah. Typically.
Toonami Midnight Run.
Well, in Canada, we don't have Toonami. We only have Adult Swim. So there. It would be on Adult Swim. If we get it at all. When I originally saw this manga, I thought, oh damn, the art looks cool. And then I saw, I don't know the name of the anime, but there's another anime out there that came out maybe a year ago now, where the main character wears a chicken mask in a video game, like his avatar.
Shangri-La.
It looks pretty good for CGI. I have to look at more footage, but like.
Oh yeah, thanks for just interrupting me, Greenlight.
I thought you were gonna get to that. How do you feel, anyways, Random 11, about it being CGI?
All right, well, just ignore what I was saying earlier. Yeah, the CGI sucks. I hate
it.
Please continue with your point.
No, that's it. I'm done now.
All right.
The manga looked cool, and I was excited it was getting an anime, and then I realized, oh, that's not the manga. That's some random other thing about the mask guy. And then now it's getting an anime, and I'm excited, and then it was all CG, and I was disappointed again. So
yeah, because it looks like One Punch Man art style or whatever for a chicken or whatever. Also, I sent a link. I don't know if I shared it before when we brought.
Can we just address the tagline Viz has come up with? One cock to save the world.
Best tagline ever. Cock of Destiny.
Yes, because they know what they're doing. Come on. Did they announce the cast, or is there no like cast to be announced? Because it's just the
Japanese cast,
chickens,
I think. But they only say cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo, motherfuckers.
All right. Should we do the isekai conversation and save this for middle of the week?
no, because I am tired. I'm about to go to bed.
Okay. 2.5 dimensional seduction anime censors risque appearance of protagonist Lalisa Amano. Okay.
I saw this on a website where they compared it to the manga panels, and I'm like, oh, we were cheated. Oh my gosh.
So you guys covered this without me in that podcast where I was in Dallas and I showed up later. And there's no reason you should have known this, but the joke I was going to make about this is that the show is about cosplayers. So they do this like deliberate attempt so that these are not anime characters. They're anime characters dressed up as anime characters, right? They have to make them look more human than a normal anime character to differentiate. So they added like this like extra rib lines and shading and stuff where otherwise they probably wouldn't. So the joke I was going to make between the difference between preferring 2D women over 3D is that 0.5D really makes a difference, right? It's already too much.
Yeah.
So Greenlight, you're watching this, right?
I know. I've seen clips of it so far. I
you should be watching it.
I should.
I've been watching it, and her not dressed up is cuter than her dressed up.
Yeah.
Okay. I've just seen like panels of the manga, and I'm like, damn, they really like censored the fuck out of this show.
Do they have a transformation scene?
They have a changing scene.
She changes a lot.
Are we sure this isn't the broadcast version? Because back in the day,
that's
Monster
what we're
Musume.
hoping. That's what we're hoping. This is
back in the
JC
day.
staff.
I really am hoping the same thing for the Ranma, but I'm not holding my breath. You know.
Well, what is it? Hold up, JC Staff. I think they did the same thing because Monster Musume back in the day, my brother was so disappointed. He's like, "What the hell?" And then when I watch it after, like it gets dubbed and everything, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Looks like nipples
my
to me.
snake is getting pretty big.
Well, I'm pretty sure they literally have like the nipple layer, and they just disabled it or something for the broadcast. Like
just added in the sunshine layer and the steam layer.
No. I was told that the broadcast version, like, they just outright didn't have nipples or whatever. Like, I don't even think they did the steam cloud thing. But I
that
don't
extra
remember.
rib thing, is that only when they're in costume?
I think it's just for the promotional image.
The inverse Marilyn
They
Manson.
look
have an extra
significantly
rib?
better in the actual show. I've seen a couple things on Facebook about the show. It's pretty funny. Like the girl does like ridiculously lewd things, but it's okay because she's in costume. And then there's like a moment where she realizes she's not wearing her cosplay panties. She's wearing her actual panties, and she gets embarrassed when the guy sees them. All of a sudden, like it's just all of a sudden now it fucking matters because it's not her cosplay self. It's
I sent a couple screen caps in the shared media.
So,
but it does the thing you don't like, and it's just the color eyelashes.
Yeah, I hate that. But that's the cosplay thing rather than her real look has it, right? So like that's kind of the point of it. So while fans
now
were
he makes an excuse for it.
While fans are anticipating an uncensored anime adaptation of the popular ecchi cosplay manga, Studio JC staff has instead chosen to subvert expectations with their approach to 2.5 dimensional seduction by toning down its fan service and covering up the series' lead protagonist. For those unaware of the series, the best way to describe 2.5 dimensional seduction is My Dress Up Darling with more fan service. I almost saw this at Anime Expo, and my rationale behind choosing to watch something else that was airing at the same time is I just watched My Dress Up Darling, and I don't want to be sitting there the whole time wishing I was watching that instead. So, missed opportunity, I guess. Created by mangaka Yu Hashimoto, the series follows high school club president Masamune Okumura, a hardcore otaku with a fear of 3D girls, as he assists new club member Lalisa Amano with her dream of making the ultimate cosplay of Lalil, an in-universe fictional character. Throughout the series, Hashimoto depicts how cosplaying can create friendships, reunite families, and even help overcome self-body image issues.
And produce new boners.
Take a cute picture. Will you do it, please? Sadly, it seems that more than a few creative adjustments have been made to the anime adaptation. As seen in the series thus far released 2 episodes, JC staff's take on 2.5 dimensional seduction. JC staff's take on 2.5 dimensional seductions not only minimizes the series' signature fan service. This should definitely not have an apostrophe S. That should have gone up here. Good job fucking up twice. Not only minimizes the series' signature fan service, but outright covers up the costumed and everyday appearances of the naturally voluptuous Lalisa. In terms of its general fan service, the 2.5 dimensional seduction anime goes out of its way to cover up the series' abundance of panty shots, taking care to block said shots in a way that removes any visual hint of the given character's underwear. Okay, so his arm is in front of her. Yeah. Fuck this guy. I don't watch anime for me to be the cock. Like
Also the leg. Why did they break her ankles? The fuck?
Oh yeah. Ouch. And her shoes are white now. That's racist.
It's so weird when the manga has like the perfect fucking storyboard for the anime to follow, and they choose not to follow it.
Can you hear that? I turned on my AC unit in here. It's very loud.
I'm glad you turned on yourself.
Yep. Oh shit. As for Lalisa herself, JC staff essentially removed all traces of her womanly curves. While this flattening is generally noticeable, While this flattening is generally noticeable whenever she dons her school uniform, it is particularly apparent in the series' second episode, Cosplay Group Potential, when she starts taking off her uniform in front of Okumura in anticipation of changing into her costume. As a result of removing her chest, thighs, and hips, JC Staff's depiction is drastically thinner compared to Lalisa's manga counterpart. All right. She also doesn't have... Oh, her glasses are up here. Okay.
Her eyes are up there.
And though her curves magically return whenever she dresses up as Lalil, the costume itself is censored compared to its manga counterpart. Its zipper pulled down in order to cover up Lisa's exposed chest. I mean, yeah, that's a big fucking difference.
What's the point in this now?
These also don't seem like they're. I don't see them bothering doing a censored version. Yeah, and a non-censored version. It's just, it seems like too much of a difference.
Too drastic.
Yeah. I would pay for the Blu-ray if it is uncensored. Notably, prior to the anime's premiere, Hashimoto himself had cheekily warned readers there was a good chance its contents would be censored. In chapter 123 of the manga, Lalisa and her friend Nanoa can be seen discussing how, when it comes to adapting the early chapters with heavy fan service, the anime will likely make use of the mysterious light method of censorship to help the series reach a wider audience. Oh no. Baby! I need the baby! To this end, in an author's page on the following page, Hashimoto informed readers, quote, "There will not be any mysterious lights in the anime adaptation of 2.5 Dimensional Seduction. They won't directly depict explicit scenes. It seems some creative adjustments have been made." It's amazing how the light just disappears somehow in the DVD version. What a clever way to add value. A brilliant sales decision. Those lights are there. Those lights up there are removed in the printed version of those manga too. Huh. Please don't break the third wall so critical. Okay. At current, it's unknown just how much further censorship, if any, will be implemented across the 2.5 Dimensional Seduction's 24-episode season. However, if any more arises, you can be sure the bounty will also cover it. Okay. So it seems to me like if you were going to do a censored version and an uncensored version, that you would just add like a line underneath here and make this like black or white or something. You know what I mean? That would be the easiest way to censor it for the broadcast. This would be much harder to, like, you'd have to completely redraw it, the whole thing, to, you know, like every frame. It would be much easier to just add a line indicating that, you know, like a 4-kid style censorship, and just paint bucket fill a different color there, you know?
Such a wasted opportunity.
Wasted potential.
JC Staff ruining another anime. I'm going to head to bed.
You should stay for one more article.
Okay.
Our Ultraman and Spider-Man team up in a crossover manga. Ultraman, Along Came a Spider. No, that's not what it's called. It says, how can you guys not fucking read? Ultraman, Along Came a Spider-Man. Come on. In addition to the Rooster Fighter reveal, Viz Media San Diego Comic-Con panel brought with it a new project that was that has the publisher teaming up with Shogakukan, Super Rise Production, and Marvel Comics. The new collab is Ultraman, Along Came a Spider-Man. God damn it, you can't read. Which sees Ultraman and Spider-Man teaming up for the first time. Shinji Oishi is the original story credit. Shigenobu Matsumoto is writing, and Sword Art Online Alicization Licorice manga illustrator Tomohiro Kawa is handling the art. Also, Ultraman Along Came a Spider-Man will kick off its realization on August 14th, both in comic shops and simultaneous with Japan via Viz Media's digital service Viz Manga, which was the same day previously announced Ultraman X Avengers series drops. You can see the art for both below. So, Ultraman is an honorary Avenger, I guess. So, is this Miles Morales Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Yeah. Will Leo Pardon, or whatever the hell the name of the Spider-Man mech, will he show up?
Do you think this is like Tokusatsu Spider-Man he's teaming up with over here?
I mean, we
Also,
need. Well, yeah, he definitely doesn't look like the Japanese one, but we can still see the robot. Yeah, that's Dr. Doom.
So, also at Comic-Con, Marvel revealed Robert Downey Jr. was going to be playing Dr. Doom.
Yeah.
And this is like breaking the internet. Like, oh my God, the madmen fucking did it. Didn't we cover that on the podcast like 6 months ago? Like, this wasn't news to me. I mean, maybe it was an article I chose to skip because it's like, who fucking cares? Anyway, all right, you can leave if you want to get it.
All right.
Random 11, weren't you going to leave?
I am going to leave. Good night.
All right. In other news, Godzilla Masterpiece Theater, a comic coming soon, where he takes on The Great Gatsby, Sherlock Holmes, Dracula, Titanic, and the Time Machine.
Wow.
What the fuck? Godzilla wasn't beaten. He merely moved on. Gatsby had set his mind to destroying this beast, following it to the ends of the earth if need be. Iceberg! Not so fast. The iceberg is moving. That's no iceberg. How do you know? For one thing, it's got something I've never seen in an iceberg. Eyes. Wow. This looks fucking ancient. Doesn't this look ancient? Is this a new comic book?
Is it like a modern printing of an old comic?
I don't know. I can't tell if it's meant to look old or if it fucking is old. You know? Anyway, Naruto teams up with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in a crossover comic. Oh, how fun! What a fun thing for them to do. Wait, what's this? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles X Naruto crossover series on the way from IDW will feature a race-swapped April O'Neil.
So that's the new canon?
The new canon. Oh, but wait. Written by Caleb Goller with line work by Henry Prasetya, colors by Rule Angulo. I'm just noting there aren't a lot of Japanese names here. And lettering by Ed Dukeshire. No Japanese names here. The crossover was first revealed to the public courtesy of a leak of its cover art provided by Russian Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan forum Turtle Power, and later confirmed as real by series cover artist Jorge Jimenez. Is that Jorge or George? I don't even know. Anyway, for a synopsis of the series, the East-West Ninja team-up will see the Turtles and Team 7 cross paths courtesy of a clandestine meeting between April O'Neil and the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Naruto takes place in the same time continuity as New York City. Notably, given Naruto's pre-time skip appearance on Jimenez's cover and Tsunade's confirmed role as the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, it appears that the events of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles X Naruto will take place sometime near the start of the orange-clad ninja's heroic career. IDW also provided a number of character design sheets revealing the Hidden Leaf Village-inspired outfits set to be worn by Michelangelo, Raphael, Master Splinter, and the aforementioned April. Notably, in addition to revealing that the 3 anthropomorphic animals will be covering their faces with animal-styled masks while moving about the village, a la Naruto's Anbu Covert Ops team, the preview artwork also confirmed that the series will yet again be race-swapping April from white to black.
But she still has the red hair.
Yep. She still has the Cheetos.
Is that the new trend? Like, they're like, oh, we can't get rid of these redheads anymore, so we have to hybridize them. Like the what was it?
Hey, what's the one thing? What's the one thing redheads that's like their greatest weakness? The fucking sun. Okay, let's just make it look like they accomplished something and got over that and just turned black from all the sun exposure. Right? That's our new game here. We're empowering the redheads by making them black. Yeah. So at least she doesn't look like this. Right?
Yeah.
She got a thigh gap, right? Anyway, I don't think we need to keep reading. It's terrible. Everything sucks. All right, in games news, Link is apparently a playable character in Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
Do we save Link in this game?
Yes. It says here, the news that players will still be able to play as Link in the upcoming spin-off sequel comes from the ESRB rating for the game, which also confirms an Everyone 10 Plus rating and some other tidbits. This is the ESRB rating statement. This is an adventure game in which players assume the role of Zelda as she attempts to dispel rifts throughout Hyrule and rescue Link. From a 3/4 overhead perspective, players explore various environments while fighting stylized enemies. As Link, players use a sword and arrows to defeat enemies. Zelda can use a magic wand to summon creatures for battle. Some enemies can be defeated by being set on fire. Other creatures dissolve into mist when defeated. Battle sequences are somewhat frenetic, with several enemies attacking / fighting at once.
I guarantee you, what they mean is that Link will be playable in the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's what they mean. So, yeah, the first 10 minutes. Agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're doomed to fail whatever you do. You can just get put in a crystal.
Yep. So, just a quick recap on where we're at now after the Sweet Baby Inc. debacle that was Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League. 5 months after its release, it is now being given away for free to Amazon Prime members. So if you wanted to play this dog shit, you can if you have Amazon Prime. Also, Rocksteady reveals Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League's Mrs. Freeze is a lesbian named Victoria Freeze. Huh. Who would have thought?
I thought that was implied when they first announced it, but okay, I guess the obvious is obvious now.
Well, it was originally like, is this Mr. Freeze or Tranny Freeze or whatever they said? Why does she look like Jada Pinkett Smith face? Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League Lesbian Mrs. Freeze Season 2 update bombs with players. Game has lost 95% of its players since February. To which It's a Gundam had this to say. You're telling me this isn't selling games? They need to add the V to LGBTQ plus all that other shit. The V is vegan because clearly they share in common with vegans the need to let everyone fucking know what you identify as and what you are at every moment of the day. Do you see this? Just in case you weren't sure, based on the rainbow arm guard, the rainbow like poncho, and all that shit, just in case you weren't 100% sure lesbian, look at, just so you know, double lesbian, double women together, right? Like, wow.
Isn't this a villain?
Right? Well, you play as the villains in this one. Also,
right.
Kill the Justice League added back Harley Quinn's Batman Arkham Knight outfit. The one she made fun of in the game where she's like, I was thinking something a little more fashion forward, right? Except that they censored it. So they put it back in the game to try to get nostalgic fans of the game from Arkham Asylum or Arkham Knight or whatever it was. And instead they just fucking censored it. Because they can't lose the people that they made the game for. Those 5 people that are gay and can't see like tits. Yeah. anyway, that's the news. That's the update on Suicide Squad. Also, you guys remember we talked about this game called Snowbreak Containment Zone? It's the game where the English voice actors quit because the game became fan service focused. So they called the male gaze criticisms a distraction, and I just want to white pill us with what they said. I'd also like to mention that some people who aren't Snowbreak Containment Zone players have made some criticisms of our game and the creative direction we're taking. But rest assured, we know who Snowbreak Containment Zone is really meant to serve. So they recognize the people complaining about their game aren't customers. That's great. These distractions won't do anything to shake our original goal. We still want to listen to the needs of our players and fulfill their needs. We believe that our sincere hard work will elicit a positive response from players. So we prefer to not comment on any outside opinions. And I believe no one has the right to decide what is right and wrong in creative endeavors. You love to see it, right? All right. I'm going to skip the next two articles because Random 11 left.
Bitched out on us.
Bitched out. After going public, Stellar Blade developer ShiftUp seeks employee to publish ESG reports. Things that make you go, So Stellar Blade developer ShiftUp officially went public and raised $320 million in its initial price offering. However, it was also revealed that the company is hiring an employee to publish ESG reports now. Greenline, you still playing Stellar Blade? He's muted.
Of course.
Games industry reports the IPO is the largest one in South Korea in over 2 years and is the first to raise over $50 million since PUBG developer Krafton raised $3.8 billion in 2021. In fact, it was the second largest IPO in South Korea in 2024, only behind HD Hyundai Marine Solutions' $553 million offering earlier this year.
See, if I had a company like this, I'd have someone who does ESG reports just so they can report 0 every month.
Like we proudly report that we got an app. Right? After the company went public, a job posting on the company's website was discovered for an IR representative or manager. One of the duties of this position is to lead a team in the publication of ESG reports. ESG stands for Environment, Social, and Governance, and many companies have them in order to obtain money through various ESG funds. However, according to a report in the Harvard Business Review, these funds have not performed well. Sanjay Bhagat explained at the end of March 2022, quote, to begin with, ESG funds certainly perform poorly in financial terms. In a recent Journal of Finance paper, University of Chicago researchers analyzed the Morningstar sustainability ratings of more than 20,000 mutual funds representing over $8 trillion of investor savings. Although the highest rated funds in terms of sustainability certainly attracted more capital than the lowest rated funds, none of the high sustainability funds outperformed any of the lowest rated funds. Not only do they perform poorly, but they don't actually deliver on what they promise, Bhagat details. Quote, ESG funds don't seem to deliver better ESG performance either. Researchers at Columbia University and London School of Economics compared the ESG record of U.S. companies in 147 ESG fund portfolios and that of U.S. companies in 2,428 non-ESG portfolios. They found that companies in the ESG portfolios had worse compliance record for both labor and environmental rules. They also found that companies added to ESG portfolios did not subsequently improve compliance with labor or environmental regulations. It's almost like one of those tags that you put on yourself when, like, for example, recently, one of Mars Girls orbiters, who's like a Nickelodeon show creator, was arrested for child porn. And he was so quick to throw Vic under the bus and Yas Queen Mars Girl over all the stuff she was saying about Vic. And it's really just a, yes, look over there. Don't look at me, right? That's all these companies who are terrible for the environment. They just need to have that gold star that says that they support ESG. And then all of their crimes against humanity are overlooked. But God even goes on to note that ESG targets may actually distort decision-making. Yes. No. In fact, a report from the Wall Street Journal noted that a branch of ESG, DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion is indeed a scam based off of faulty research done by an activist organization called McKinsey. James McIntosh reported, quote, academics have tried to repeat McKinsey's findings and failed, concluding that there is, in fact, no link between profitability and executive diversity. And the methodology of McKinsey's early studies, which helped create the widespread belief that diversity is good for profits, is being questioned. As Mark Kern notes, quote, we'll have to see what the final reports focus on, referring to the ESG stuff, running damage control for shift up, basically. Any thoughts before I move on?
No.
Rip.
All right. Stellar Blade adds sizzling swimsuits and more in a new summer update. Wow. This is good for the environment if I've ever seen it. It's good for my environment. All right. So Greenline, you back yet?
Yes, I am,
Are you-
Overlord.
Are you still playing Stellar Blade?
I need to get back into it. No, I stopped. I still need to play it.
I got to the city or whatever, and I went through the canyon, and I'm in the canyon right now. We talked about this last time. I think it's the place where you have to repair that tower or whatever. Yeah, I haven't played it since then.
Okay, yeah, no, I got past the city, and that's where I stopped.
Cool. All right, Street Fighter developer Capcom announces they will now consider hiring non-Japanese directors to their board. Oh, that's a great sign.
Big mistake.
In a rather decisive shift for the company's modus operandi, Street Fighter and Mega Man series developer Capcom has confirmed that they are now actively considering non-Japanese individuals for positions on their board of directors. So you guys remember
I don't remember, actually.
Patrick Sarge might remember.
Do you guys remember
Just
do you guys
spit it out.
Do you guys remember when Mega Man came to and that's the European one.
Smash.
Do you remember when Mega Man first came to the US and this box art wasn't good? So they gave it to some guy to do in an hour. And this is the lovely shit we got.
Oh yeah.
In the West. This is what the non-Japanese people decided the game should look like, and that would sell the game. Those are the people they're choosing to hire as directors to their board. This development in Capcom's hiring process was first detailed by the company during the Q&A portion of their 45th annual shareholders meeting, the English transcript of which was uploaded to their official website on July 22nd. Asked by one attendee, quote, "You've submitted a female candidate for external director. However, all your internal directors are male. Please tell me what you are doing to increase the ratio of female managers internally," the Monster Hunter studio affirmed. Quote, "Regarding diversity of our board of directors, we select director candidates who are able to oversee management of the company and offer appropriate advice while considering the skills and characteristics required in accordance with our management strategy and the balance of each individual's career history, insight, and experience." Who the fuck are these shareholders asking these questions that won't increase the value of the shares? Continuing, Capcom then revealed, quote, also note that while our internal directors are currently all male, in addition to women, going forward, we will also consider non-Japanese directors. Turning back to the original question, the company added, quote, regarding female managers, currently 21.2% of employees are female and 13.6% of our core talent is female. We are aiming to bring the percentage of female managers up to 15%. Oh, shit. Okay. Looking ahead, they concluded, quote, we believe we will be able to see more female directors by broadening our scope and increasing the ratio of female managers. So what we're seeing here is essentially the same thing as what happened in the West, where people who are not racist will bend over backwards to prove they're not racist when people gaslight them by asking questions like this that imply they're racist for not having already bent over backwards to prove they're not racist, right? So that's effectively what Japan is enduring right now. Capcom is being told basically in a backhanded way, you're sexist for not having already done this. Oh, no, we're not sexist. In fact, we're going to do more than you suggest, right? Just to try to, prove it kind of thing.
Compensate.
While Capcom's statement does not specify that they currently have any plans to do so, one particular worry raised by their above declaration is the prospect that any amount of those non-Japanese individuals considered may be those same ones responsible for the currently deteriorating Western video games industry. This thing is sucking up so much power. And this doesn't just apply to Western developers' unhealthy obsession with identity politics and the absolute damage said ideology inherently does to any product it touches. From games so unoptimized that they eat up 90% of a player's hard drive, to the proud promotion of predatory microtransactions, to the absolute disregard for the legacy of the property shown for, the West's corporate greed has been a driving force in the industry's decline. And that's not to say the Japanese industry is without its problems. For example, players regularly offer up complaints regarding local developers' over-reliance on gacha mechanics, and most are unhappy with the hands-off process in which they approach the worldwide localizations of their titles. But to imagine those in the West who outright hate the video game medium's core audience of players, seek to use every single title as a platform for their performative activism, and view gameplay as something to be tacked on at the end of development, gaining a spot of genuine influence within Capcom, one shudders to think just how they could drag down the entire company's output. I mean, honestly, I was shocked at how good Resident Evil 2 Remake was, because I thought Capcom, based on what I saw with Street Fighter and shit, I thought they were already there. I thought they had already fallen off and were not worth even, considering anymore. Any other thoughts?
Yep.
Rip.
Any chats? Rip, Cammy, and Chun-Li. Thank you, Seb.
She's now going to become Chungus Lee.
Oh, God.
Old Man says Ultraman should team up with the Japanese live-action Spider-Man. Yeah, Tokusatsu Spider-Man. I have Amazon Prime and did not pick up Suicide Squad, not even for free. My time is worth more than wasting it on that abomination. Yep.
Let me know when they're paying me $50 to play it, then
right.
I might consider it.
Yep. Oh, dude, they look horrible. Horrible. These games have not looked good since they were 2D. People worldwide love Japanese stuff as Japanese stuff. Yeah, seriously. They don't know it yet. Activists are trying to subvert Capcom like they've already done it. Yep. Everything I just said. Yeah, totally. All right. SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos, which I'm guessing stands for SNK versus Capcom, features trigger warning and a censored poster. The Poster has been censored and trigger warning has been added to the recently released SNK vs. Capcom SVC Chaos, which is remastered of the 2003 arcade game. As I was saying, pixel art. A trigger warning is added to the game. This one, SNK vs. Capcom SVC Chaos disclaimer on boot up. I understand having these disclaimers is better than censoring the content. Not that it prevents it. But being ashamed of what you created in the past never inspires confidence when you want to sell it to us in the same breath.
I'll be right back.
Okay. It says, quote, this product aims to faithfully recreate the content of the original game at the time of release in 2003 as much as possible. Therefore, the content of this game does not represent the ideals of our company, but is provided as is, respecting the original intent of the game, and is not intended to promote or attack any particular ideology or group.
You know, when they say aim, that tells me they're going to miss.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That felt great. All right. On top of this trigger warning, the publisher also censored a poster for the game. The poster covers up cleavage of Fatal Fury and King of Fighters, which is the two games that she's from, character Mai Shiranui. It also crops out Goddess Athena Asamiya, who is wearing a bikini. This censorship occurs at the end of the English language trailer for the game. The Japanese trailer for the game features the uncensored one. Side by side, the two posters can be seen below with YouTuber Veradart questioning, quote, a trigger warning alongside censoring key artwork? We saw a very similar warning on the Tomb Raider collection where they promised to not censor content, yet they did. So I've got it right here. That's the censored one. They cropped in. That's why it looks like this. That's the uncensored one.
They got rid of his bicep because it was too toxic.
They didn't do anything to the men. Except for this guy's abs, I guess. But that was more to cover up Athena, obviously. What does it say about the West that we're so triggered?
Despite the fact that you can go to a beach nowadays, you know, it's summertime and women wear.
Well, I mean, it's obviously, if you go to a beach nowadays, though, the women there are morbidly obese. So,
yeah,
that's the thing.
So that's why they kept the top left intact.
Yeah. So they closed up her. Now, look, I'd hate to be a lefty in the West who bought this game because of this and then played the game and saw Mai Shiranui's idol stance. Not that one. Let me find one that's actually from a game around this time. Here we go. We'll use this one. Open image in new tab. All right. There you go.
Yeah. Oh no. Whatever will I do?
Yeah.
She has boobs. I've never seen.
So I
boobs
don't
before.
have boobs. I am attacked.
Pixels can't hurt you.
Yeah.
Or let me show you her other taunt here.
I mean, we've been over this. It's like this doesn't really affect you. Why does it hurt that much? You've seen.
Well, let's just point out again
time,
that other
like,
game, that mobile game
Oh
that
my
they acknowledge that the people complaining were not their customers, right?
Yeah. That is a good taunt. Both of those are really good taunts. Yep, I really
Mhm.
like that one. But this is from like the Japanese game that you can't even get, right?
It's from the arcade game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this
Both of
came out
those?
in the West, as far as I understand it.
Okay.
You mean the GIFs that I was showing you?
Yeah.
No, those are from King of Fighters.
Oh, King of Fighters. Okay.
Yeah, that's the King of Fighters artwork. Anyway, where was I? Code Mystics, the game's developer, made it clear on Twitter that they did not censor any in-game content. Our community manager busy
Only
responding to forum
out-game.
posts this weekend. what does it say? All 2003 content is intact. SVC Chaos game isn't censored. All 20, yeah. Code Mystics also shared in a communication with Kabrudos Rambo, the founder of the Sweet Baby Detective Steam curator list, that it was not involved in censoring the poster and had nothing to do with the trigger warning. The company informed Kabrudos Rambo, we have no involvement nor insight into marketing. The company reiterated this. Good.
Oh, you know what they do, and this is kind of shitty, but they find who, like, they give the information to the people who did, right? They're like, you know what? Here's their info. Go find them. That's the people that did that. You can find them here. Email them, and that's the people you throw under the bus.
Yeah, the people who asked them to censor it or whatever.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like these people
And add the trigger warning.
Yeah.
The company reiterated this on Twitter while also revealing they did receive permission to make the trigger warning skippable. Code Mystics wrote, honestly, so this person said, what's with the ESG/DEI message in the intro? Honestly, we weren't told what it's specifically referring to. But the good news is that when we were asked to add it, we got permission to make the disclaimer and logos skippable once background loading is complete. So you can now get to the main menu faster because of it. So basically, when you start up a game on like PlayStation 1 and all that, and the game would go through like the splash screen of the developers of the game, by adding the trigger warning at the very beginning of that loop and making it skippable, you can now jump right to the main menu instead of having to wait through all that shit that you used to on the arcade and everything.
That's nice.
Yeah.
You could also like just code in
Silver
just
lining, right?
Go to the main menu,
right?
When you hit A.
Would have been better if they had it at the end of the company splash screens, and we're able to skip
Would
it.
have been better if it didn't need to exist at all, and you could still skip.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't trigger warnings initially for like people with seizures? Like, hey, this might like cause you to get like.
They called those seizure warnings.
Yeah, seizure warnings.
A trigger warning is for people who have mental illness.
You get
and
their
can't
fifties
experience.
hurt. Oh
certain
no, boobies
They can't
in my
control their
video
own
game.
emotions.
I mean, to be fair, there are specific conditions that, like bipolar disorder, for example, where the like the trigger is outside of your control and whatnot. It's not like a my feelings are hurt thing.
Yeah.
It's a more,
But
serious
even those
than that.
people acknowledge, like, hey, this is outside of my power, your power.
Yeah, this is a fact of life. Like I can make a ramp for your wheelchair, but you still need to get
Put
your
yourself up
ass
there.
up there yourself.
Yeah.
Furthermore, they clarified the business arrangement that they have with the publisher of the game, which is listed as SNK Corporation on Steam. The company explained on Twitter, the publisher, as owner of the IP, hired the devs, us. The publisher signs off on the marketing. We, as devs, have never touched nor often never have seen the marketing in advance on any game we've worked on ever. I mean, they're basically saying, like, we didn't censor the poster. While Code Mystics denies being involved with the censoring of the poster as well as the inclusion of the trigger warning, there's still a question as to who did indeed have the trigger warning placed in the game and censor the poster. So Mark Kern asked, told by whom? Capcom or SNK? And then it just goes on to reiterate the Capcom localization post that a bunch of people are saying was actually generated by AI and all that shit. Anyway. In other somewhat related news, Street Fighter VI is going to add Fatal Fury guest characters in the series first, including Mai Shiranui and Terry Bogard. Surprisingly not censored. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I never found a reason to include it. I'm going to include it now. Are you ready?
Yes.
This is the most unhinged thing I have seen in a long time.
Is this the Last of Us Fortnite Lesbian Edition?
Right? What the actual fuck? Note the Spanx and food coverage. Yeah, so apparently this mobile game called Doomsday Last Survivors, which full on ripped off the Last of Us character design for that girl, right? They had a tie-in with King of Fighters. Because why not, right? Like, I might as well involve SpongeBob too, right? Like,
I love how ancient the soundtrack sounded too.
So anyway, here's a couple of just. This is 2D animated, right? It seems, at least in this 2D animated thing, that they are not censoring Maya Shiranui, showing it here too. I mean, obviously, they're drawing it a little bit less revealing, but not outright adding outfits and stuff like the thing I just showed.
And her name card is in the front of her coochie, so we can't really be definitive here.
Hashtag give FTM the coochie.
I'm gonna just see if she shows up here. We skipped covering this when this article came out. Yeah. All right. More importantly, Street Fighter 6 called out for ugly Terry Bogard and black Blue Mary.
I was gonna say he does look pretty hideous,
right? Capcom revealed the first look at Street Fighter 6. Every single character in Street Fighter since it went 3D.
It's just gotten uglier.
Was it Street Fighter 4 that first went 3D? I feel like in Street Fighter 4, they actually did a remarkable job translating the characters to 3D. And it's been all downhill ever since.
That sounds about right.
Capcom revealed the first look at Street Fighter 6's next guest character, Terry Bogard from the Fatal Fury series, at EVO 2024 this weekend. But Japanese fans are quick to point out how ugly he looked in the preview. Many also questioned a couple of background characters dressed as Joe Higashi and Blue Mary. Following the reveal, it didn't take long for Japanese users on Twitter to point out the uglification of Terry in Street Fighter 6. Yeah, that's what he normally looks like.
I was gonna say Smash literally like had an updated, like perfect looking version of him. They could just ripped that from their game.
That's not quite what he normally looks like. This is like an even like cutified version, like a more Bishonen or whatever.
But then they aged him up like 40 years. It's like, here you go. Here's 60-year-old Terry.
They want the transes to feel better about themselves, okay?
Several users also mentioned that while Terry looked younger in his guest appearance in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, it kept him true to his character better. Here's a look at Terry Bogard's past appearances leading to Street Fighter 6. God damn it. So, oh wow, what is Wild Ambition? Hyper Neo Geo 64. I didn't even realize. Anyway, so yeah, King of Fighters 2. I don't know what. No, he's not 3D in King of Fighters 2, is he? King of Fighters Ultimate Edition, King of Fighters XV. That's 15, right? Yeah. Anyway, this is how he's supposed to look, right? And then he like has a completely different look for one of the games. It's really weird here. The point is, he's looked a lot. This is the Smash Bros. One. Yeah, I would agree. Smash Bros. 1 is the best rendition of what he looks like from the other game. This looks like dog shit. Like everything about it looks awful, especially the hair.
His face doesn't look like it matches like him.
Why does his face, like the second one from the right, why does his face look more feminine?
This looks terrible.
Like I said, Reese, they're trying to make the transes feel good about themselves.
Like, yeah.
Anyway, Japanese internet denizens shared more. Quote, is he supposed to be older? I guess that's what happens when you get with Street Fighter 6's sense of realism. The face modeling is terrible. Capcom sucks so hard. Were those supposed to be Blue Mary and Joe Higashi's cosplayers? Terry's face is gross, but Joe and Mary look disgusting. Doing an homage is one thing, but switching the Caucasian Mary into a black person reeks so much of polycore. That's political correctness. We seriously need to rid this world of political correctness before things start getting weirder and weirder. Who the fuck is this cosplaying Osa? I'm the community. I'm worried about mine now. Looks like someone else cosplaying Terry.
Hold up. This is probably what they're going to say. Wow, all of you are such terrible people. The motion capture artist of this person has super AIDS and autism or whatever, and you're making fun of their actual natural face that we based it on? How could you? How dare you?
How dare you?
It says here, Mai will probably be made into an Asian Uggo, like Chun-Li. Who? I was more shocked by Blue Mary. Looks like an old lady. How uncool. Why couldn't they just do something that we could all agree on, like Geese and Tekken? Terry doesn't have a jaw like that, LOL. Is that a skin for Ken? Like Ken Masters, maybe? That face, ew. Political correctness, Capcom. Wait, they were was that supposed to be Joe and Blue Mary? Since when was Blue Mary black? All right, are you guys ready to see Blue Mary? Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Is this supposed to be the same character?
All right.
Gross.
You could fool me into thinking it was just a different character. But saying that, yeah, this is the same character, is like, no, it's not.
The motion capture artist.
I've said it before. Do this trick in reverse. See what happens.
Dude. The reason they did this is to represent press secretary Corinne Jean-Pierre. You know, she was clearly the motion capture artist.
So, giving them benefit of the doubt, which might be a mistake. Let me show you the actual trailer real quick.
She turns black in the game. It's a plot point.
I would also like to say they fucking nailed Terry's like posture and his body shape and everything. They really nailed that from the old 2D pixel art. He also doesn't look as bad in motion, but every still frame of when you actually get to see him, you're like, oh fuck. Like, so this guy's dressed up
under the hat.
This guy's dressed up as Joe Higashi. And he goes, Terry, let me fight you next. I want to fight you, she says, right? So God, he looks like
Is he usually that wide?
So let me pull up Terry real quick.
He's Kylo Swallow Ren there.
Right. Let me see if I can find the GIF.
Sorry, Ben Swallow. That's the name.
Okay, so this is the GIF. This is like your victory pose or whatever. Let me see if I can find his idle animation.
Is he like the only playable character in Fatal Fury series? Because he's the only one that seems to get like
He's the main character. He's like he's the Ryu of Fatal Fury, and he has a brother named Terry Bogard, who's kind of like the Ken. I'm trying to find a. It's not fucking moving, but here's his idle pose. So he's got like this boxer stance, you know, where it's just like a hard, like his neck is down, you know, a head up.
He's hard arms
and shoulders, right? So this is how he typically looks. So I feel like they did a good job capturing his physique and whatnot, you know. But I totally agree. He is thick AF. Like he's supposed to be like an upside down triangle. You know what I mean? Like thick at the top, two really skinny, thin legs kind of thing. Right? Like the triangle goes like that kind of thing. And instead, seen from the front, they're like, and here's the, you know, you can still kind of see the triangle.
Yeah.
Seen from the front, it's like, oh God, he just looks fucking fat. He looks like what is it called? Palum. He looks like fucking Stallone looks now. You know, like. Let's see if I can pull.
Yeah, he's way too square.
Yeah. Anyway, last one here. Let's just. Anyway, last one here. Just like that perfectly captures him, and yet he looks like old Dante from Capcom. You know, like how Dante fucking old.
I guess it is Capcom.
Yeah.
So
anyway, he if you guys have never seen it, the anime is pretty fucking good. Fun to watch. Anyway, this is all we need to read. Neither Capcom nor SNK have addressed whether these characters are indeed Blue Mary and Joe Higashi. I'm sure they're not. Some players believe they could be fans simply cosplaying as the characters. One user on the Street Fighter 6 Steam forum speculated, quote, or maybe, just maybe, those are Blue Mary cosmetics we'll be able to get in the inevitable pre-Terry Battle Pass. Another added, she's just a fangirl. World Tour is full of imposters who dress like Street Fighter characters, but are clearly cosplayers for Metro City fun. I add, it only serves to anticipate that in the next Fight Pass, we will have costumes for Blue Mary and Joe Higashi. Anyway, it's pretty shocking to see. I don't think, I mean, this is such a diversion. I don't think that he could possibly do it. And the character, like if you watch this trailer, every character, I mean, Terry looks pretty bad. Every other character looks even worse. Like they just don't get any attention. Like they're just almost like a character creator system. Like look at the way this guy moves. He looks fucking awful, right? All the rest of them are just like generic that guy or whatever. Anyway, yeah. So I don't think that's gonna necessarily be the finality of it or whatever. I don't think it's going to be I don't think that's going to be Blue Mary. I think they have enough shame to not do that. Let's hope. That's just DLC costume attack animation. Yeah, I think so too. Did you cover the Olympics opening ceremony? No, I did not. Explain to me how I would go about showing that on YouTube, even though. Yeah.
All I heard was that the band Gojira somehow played the opening show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Moving on into release news. Wouldn't you fucking know it? Bunny Girl Senpai is getting a dub from Bang Zoom, just like the films. I don't know what this is, but apparently they've got a screenshot here of a contract, negotiated dubbing employment agreement, signatory status active/approved for Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai Season 1. So good job selling us false advertising Blu-ray that said there would be a dub when there wasn't, just to then turn around and actually make one retroactively. Good job.
Yeah, the moment they actually had a dub for that new movie that came out, I called this. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they're gonna make a dub and have us Kaguya into another situation like that?
Yeah.
It is such an awful time to be an anime collector. Like, fucking.
Well, no, this is just an Aniplex thing that they seem to.
No, but I don't mean
always
just
drop
this.
the ball.
I mean, like, buy Goblin Slayer premium edition. Season 2 doesn't get a premium edition. Buy Berserk premium edition. Season 2, 2017 Berserk, no premium edition. Buy Attack on Titan and keep changing the size of the premium edition. It's like, fuck me, man. Like, can't win.
I got these.
Okay.
This one? Yes. All right. So we've got Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead, complete first season. I looked and I could not for the life of me find a Japanese home video release for this series, because I was surprised. I was surprised because this literally ended broadcasting back in December, and we all know Viz, they take a fuckload of time to get anything out.
Yeah, Japan usually does it like the month of the latest 2 episodes.
Yeah. So we got a premium edition or limited edition, whatever. And then there's the standard edition.
Season 2, did that get a premium edition?
Sorry, what?
Did Vinland Saga Season 2 get a premium edition?
No.
Yeah.
That's my case yet
There is
again.
a part.
It sucks to be an anime collector.
It has part 1 or whatever.
I'm looking forward to Zom 100's.
It's pretty good. I liked it. I'm buying it.
Yeah.
I tried to see it at Anime Expo last year, and they bitched out and didn't bring the laptop with the screening material on it, so they only showed 10 minutes, and I was like, fucking, let's get out of here.
So here's Megazone 23.
2-3.
So I'll have to get this. I was unable to get the Kickstarter limited edition or whatever it was that they had for a minute. I wanted to pick that up at some point, but I missed out.
Is this released by Media OCD?
AnimEigo.
Yeah, is it being released by Media OCD, which now owns AnimEigo?
Well, it's still being
They
released
did
by
the
AnimEigo.
original too.
God, you guys are not getting this.
I mean, I assume so.
The reason I'm asking is because they do the. If you buy it from MediaOCD.com, region free comes with a limited cardboard slipcover, a Media OCD store exclusive. While supplies last, $39.99.
Wow.
I'll
Save $15. I don't think your slipcover is worth $15.
So they're not doing the discount for this one as well. It's just the bean. Like if you got the Kickstarter, you get a.
I
whatever.
don't recall if there is one or not. I mean, I could check right now, real quick, while we're on this topic.
Because it seems kind of pointless to just do it for like bean or bean, and then not for any of the other Kickstarters, right? Maybe it's a Digimon situation where you have to ask, and then they'll give you a code or whatever.
Trilogy, encode, okay, new encode, new bonus features, fancy new box, out November 10. You love it? Favorites, bring the best series, includes new version of the disc itself. New code, disc version. We got you covered. Fill out this form and save for a 50% off upgrade. Right there. So they do
Did
have.
they even advertise that?
Save that.
Well, it's probably on this page right here. Fill out the form. It's on the other page, VideoCD.com page. No, I don't. What was this one? AnimEigo.com, MediaCD.com. Huh. Alright, well, I can close that.
Don't go back to mine. I'm putting in my credit card info. Don't go back to my screen share.
I'm not. I'm just gonna post that link in the private chat.
That's where he draws the line at docs.
Yes, actually it is.
There you go.
I've been doxxed every other way, so I'm putting in my credit card info.
Okay, so it's not anime, but it's being released by Viz. So here's Castlevania Nocturne, complete first season. Yada yada.
Isn't that the one where it turned into like black not apologizing for slavery and all this stuff or whatever?
Huh. Oh, it's set in France, of course.
Yeah, but they like race swap the one character and she's also a chick now or whatever, and then blah 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 blah. Oppressors.
Yeah. And then G Kids is
sounds like something I don't want to watch.
This is
that
Castlevania.
Castlevania Nocturne.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
What?
You do you. And G Kids is releasing Arcane League of Legends Season 1.
And it's got 2 steelbooks.
And so we got, here's the standard edition Blu-ray. Here is the Blu-ray Steelbook limited edition.
And then the 4K steelbook.
And the 4K Steelbook. And then G Kids Store exclusive 4K and Blu-ray Collector's Edition.
No thanks.
That just looks like cancer. I know it's probably part of the character's lore, like, oh, Jinx is crazy, so here's her schizophrenic drawings or something, but like...
Yeah, here's it got drawings, dice. Yeah. Digipack, art cards.
Oh, dice, that's nice.
Nice, big ass dice over here. And this is all street caps. So episodes 1 through 9 on 4K and Blu-ray. 3+ hours of bonus features. Original artwork, exclusive hex core oversized metal D20 and 7 hex crystal liquid core resin dice. Velvet
core.
Dice.
I can't remember if doing liquid core and stuff actually throws off the weight.
Semen core.
Well, that's going to be our merch now. Semen filled dies. Filled with the host's authentic.
Right? Get your green line and putting them dice today.
I don't want to find out I got extra kids in the world because
green line.
I don't want to fondle some other guy's dice. Jeez. All right, so then
every time you roll the dice, it's like you're jacking us off.
The Outbreak Company is getting
the nat 20. I'm actually okay with this re-release. I need to pick this up at some point.
And we got Ninja Scrolls getting a Blu-ray limited edition steelbook.
God,
I think I just hate
it
this
was, like,
because
worth it to buy
there's
stuff from Right Stuff because the prices were so swell, and your Got Anime membership was like the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I remember those days, and then they decided to cuck us by selling out to Sony.
This
The
is
Sentai?
the
Got anime
15%.
price.
Yeah, this is Sentai. Sentai has this.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna buy Ninja Scroll for a third time. So.
I don't have Ninja Scroll at all, so is this worth picking up? I've heard great things about it.
I liked it. I mean,
Brad, did you like it?
I bought it like 3 times.
Ninja Scroll?
Yeah.
Yeah. The movie.
So Ninja Scroll is by Kawajiri.
Yep.
I would say that a better choice if you want to watch Kawajiri
The Vampire Hunter D
Bloodlust. This movie holds up extremely well. It's fucking incredible.
Are you holding the steelbook that's out of print?
What's up?
Are you holding up the steelbook that's out of print or something?
No,
Or
I
there's
forgot there was a
yet.
steelbook. Is there a steelbook?
No. But it's probably gonna come.
No,
There's a regular steelbook for the first one that Sentai had.
Yeah.
So we watched this as a watch club, right? And then because it was so good and it held up so well, we decided to watch Ninja Scroll, and it didn't hold up as well. I mean, it holds up, but it's just not as good, right? It's just not as good as
I thought the ending was just ass, and I'm like, okay, well that exists. But I have the Sentai version that has the slipcase that's foily and stuff, so that's why I'm kind of pissed off to see. Oh no, there's a steelbook. It's like, okay, well now I have to double dip on a $45 steelbook, and then abandon my fancy slipcase looking one. So it's like, okay,
I'll buy your slipcase.
Just a slipcase, not the Blu-ray case inside of it. Just a slipcase.
We'll have to see if this goes out of print before I get an opportunity to even get it, because like notoriously I've tried to wait for the prices to go down, then suddenly at one point they started making really short print runs. Made an Abyss steelbook for the movies. And then
I still sometimes look for that for you.
Aw, well thank you, Renus. There's also the what's it called? The Grave of the Fireflies steelbook. That one for some reason dropped off the earth, and it's like hundreds.
Already?
Yeah. It's not even probably going to be listed. It was out of print before this transition even happened.
Yeah.
Wow, you can't even get the normal one?
Yeah. You can get the album.
I kind of hope G-Kids gets it just so they make a steelbook for it, so I don't have to get the Sentai one.
Right. I feel like that's like since it went out, I feel like Sentai probably lost the license. So that steelbook was like a last-ditch effort to capitalize on what they had, just to try and get more money out of the license. But yeah, definitely, G-Kids should definitely get this just to complete the quote unquote.
For some reason, G-Kids is able to get all these licenses that are somewhat like desirable and all that, or very desirable in Ava's case.
Watch the get Maiden Koku.
Right.
Jeez.
Right, so we also got level 1 Demon Lord and 1 Room Hero. I guess that's a thing. Kind of sounds stupid. Most heretical last boss queen from villainous to savior. Somebody made a first impression of this. It's probably not out yet.
It's not.
Do these two have a dub?
It was awful.
The Dreaming Boy is a realist.
What's with this realist like semi-trend? Like, how was it? Devils and realist, and then
which one's the boy?
Realist became a
realist hero, rebuilt the kingdom.
Where's the boy?
Don't know. The boy is the one they're looking at.
This one?
The boy is the one they're looking at. The person holding the camera.
Okay.
Point of view.
I don't know.
Whatever. Panzer World Galleon?
Is this an ancient mecha?
Looks like it.
Dude, your screen share is so behind. It's
Is?
still showing me the Dreaming Boy is a realist.
I see the Panzer.
Oh, let me leave and come back. Hold on.
I also see the Panzer.
Is this Girls in Panzer prequel?
Right? This is about their great grandmothers.
This is a grandmother's girls in Panzer. It's 4x3. That's an old one.
Well, yeah, that sells it. It's got to be like an ancient mecha then.
It's something from the 80s or something.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
It's cool to see like Sentai get these.
Except for Sentai's inability to hit the proper button on the interlacing.
No. That's only a problem with SD Blu-rays. This is full blown up Blu-ray.
Oh.
So Ideon, when it came out, that's now coveted because Sentai for some reason had a short print run, and that I don't know, it's like a classic mecha or something. So this,
what show are you talking about? Ideon?
Space
Runaway Ideon.
Oh.
Oh. Interesting. Not there. Can't even show it. Did I get frozen?
No.
No.
You
I'm
guys
just
are being
not
very
sure what you
quiet.
expected when I said it's been long out of print.
Make sure
I
you've
know.
got that fandom post link and stuff, all that shit.
I sent you the page in the private chat.
I don't see it.
From AnimEigo.
I see the AnimEigo post.
Yeah, that's the one that's where that was all quoted from.
Okay. All right. Anyway, back to my screen share that is not here because I left the call.
Whoa.
Look how clear I am.
Up close.
Really clear.
Yeah, too clear. Uncomfortably clear. Okay, let's get back to this.
Better clear than clear.
That's my pre-nut clarity.
If you guys would like to support us, there is selffood.com. Although WordPress, I'm not sure will allow you to check out right now. So let's try. As a reminder to myself. Oh, maybe it is working. Fuck
We need
knows.
to do the scam that Mr. Beast did. Anyone who orders in the next 5 minutes will throw in insert thing here.
Semen.
Come on your shirt. Pre-cum shirt.
All right. Okay. Anyway, there's also you can shop at ocapodcast.com/store, and you can buy the "It Was All Consensual" nutting shirt. Yay! Definitely buy that one. I should have worn that to Anime Expo. I'm an idiot for not doing it. Oh, this is working too. Did not doing anything just fix my store? Fucking hell.
Hallelujah.
All right. Anyway. All right. In other news, new samurai glasses are Japan's latest weird must-have souvenir. I'm going to skip the next article so we can cover it with random women. 7-Eleven plans to bring Japanese food items to the United States. That's nice. We are constantly evolving the fresh food assortment in our stores. Yeah, you keep removing shit my daughter likes to eat. Tailoring the offerings at each location to meet the needs and preferences of local customers. Our team draws inspiration from around the world to introduce new items like mangonada donuts with tahine, right? Barbecue pork sliders, chicken curry bowls, and everything breakfast sandwiches that can be found at select 7-Eleven, Speedway, and Stripe stores across the country. Wow, that's a great statement about Japanese food. Thanks for including that. Onigiri fruit sandwiches, yakisoba subs, and more are all on offer at 7-Eleven locations. And Japanese, yeah, okay, so 7-Eleven is actually owned by Japanese parent company 7&I Holdings. Due to the store's immense success in Japan, and while 7-Eleven stores are a common feature in even the most rural parts of the U.S., no one does it as good as Japan. Okay. Weird. Okay, whatever. Skip that. Moving on. All right. Quote, American mangaka spend too much time on merch art, says Kodansha editors. Hey, look, it's Anime Expo. This is the Los Angeles Convention Center. Japanese editors from Kodansha recently spoke to mangaka aspiring artists during a visit to California, talking about how to improve their manga works, but also questioning why American artists spent so much time on making art for merch. The only thing that makes them money, of course. Nobody actually wants to read their shit. They just want the fancy posters. According to the Twitter user who documented the visit, the Kodansha editors talked about how aspiring artists shouldn't just focus on the art, but also how to characterize their protagonists and supporting cast. The editors were also puzzled by the differences between Japanese and American comic artists, with Western comic artists seemingly spending more time and energy on drawing pinup prints and selling merch of their fan art rather than drawing on their manga, something that Japanese artists focus on in events like Comedia and the like. The Twitter user, who teaches manga classes at the California College of the Arts, CalArts, discussed how the cost of attending conventions and the lack of in-face opportunities for artists to review their work with editors are likely factors for this trend. That's lame. Okay, moving on here. Western Industry Insider warns, quote, anime content bubble is probably going to burst soon, says merch sales have fallen off a cliff. In the opinion of one noted veteran of the Western anime industry, the booming anime content bubble seen in recent years is, unfortunately, very much on the verge of popping. Hey, let's make it happen already. Fucking pop that shit so we can go back to stuff being good. This troubling warning regarding the industry's supposedly impending future was first leveled to the public courtesy of Anime News Network and Media OCD founder Justin Savakis. Taking to his personal Twitter account on July 7th, Savakis asserted, quote, I still have 2 meetings to go this AX, but so far my takeaways are, 1, anime content bubble is probably going to burst soon, way too many shows and nobody can handle it, not fans nor industry. 2, anime merch sales have fallen off a cliff, especially figures. Everyone's kind of face emoji. Pressed by a fellow anime fan as to whether or not we're heading towards another 2007, a reference to the infamous anime industry crash that resulted from the 2008 global financial crisis and led to a drastic dip in both the number of series produced in Japan and the amount of licensed and the amount licensed in the West. Savakis further opined, quote, this looks very different, although both were heavily caused by macroeconomic conditions, to be honest. As to just which specific macroeconomic conditions were causing the industry's current predicament, when later asked by another user as to why merch sales were dying, Savakis would reveal high inflation and less time spent at home post-COVID. So I guess what he means is that COVID inflated the amount of anime being watched. People were stuck at home. They binged a bunch of shit. More shit got greenlit thinking they were going to keep riding that wave. And then now that COVID's gone, the industry can't withstand the demand it produced for a demand that doesn't exist. Finally, pressed as to as to what the bursting of the anime bubble would entail, Saveka speculated probably halving the number of new shows each season, which is still 50. We might not even notice. Though dire, Saveka's prediction is not entirely out of left field, especially in light of the very real fact that there are currently far more series being produced than most audiences could ever hope to watch. For example, in the summer 2024 season, there are a total of 51 proper series currently airing, with a total of 45 of them being brand new productions. Looking ahead, the calendar doesn't get any lighter, as 50 anime are currently scheduled to premiere in the fall 2024 season. Suffice to say, with so many series vying for a limited amount of audience attention, only a handful of best will even have a hope of becoming a financial or reputational success.
Isn't that kind of weird how if you compare, I guess, the West to anime, it's like the polar opposites in the sense that it's like, oh, the West can't stop milking ancient IPs, sequel, garbage. And then Japan is like, look at us. We have like infinite brand new IPs.
That might be one of the reasons why Japan continues to dominate. People are tired of rehashing, existing IPs, but making put a chicken and make her lame and gay, right? Ultimately, whether or not Savekis is actually onto something will only be proven with time. I mean, it's fucking clear as day. I mean, any idiot in the anime community has seen this coming for years. Let's just hope that should the anime industry actually crash, it'll have little to no effect on the recent tokusatsu boom. Okay, at the very least, not before the West gets a proper Blu-ray release of Kamen Rider Kabuto. Wow, thanks, Spencer.
Did Mirage Leonardo write this?
All right, anyway, I think we'll skip this until Randall Levin's with us.
Whoa.
Which begs the question, should we skip this until Randall Levin's with us? Which begs the question, do we just jump to the end?
Yeah.
All right. I'm saving these other ones.
All year.
Fuck, man. Let's read it. Fuck it. The only reason I was going to wait for Random 11 is this was in relation to, and we're so far away from it now that it's like, we might as well do it because otherwise we're just going to, So the whole thing was that Random 11 was talking about, we were talking about like deep fake porn or whatever, like the AI generated porn, or the idea that like a porn star could be the twin of somebody and the porn could be like, let's say that you're a politician. Let's say you're Joe Biden and it turns out you have a twin brother who does old man porn. And then that old man porn gets on the internet. People are like, that looks like Joe Biden. That is Joe Biden, but it's not Joe Biden kind of thing. Anyway, we had that conversation a couple podcasts ago where we've gotten so far away from it. This isn't even relevant anymore, but we're still going to cover it. Lionel Messi's Iranian lookalike is accused of seducing 23 women by pretending to be the legend, and he's not happy about. He's not happy about. Is it because your website is called It? So everything ends with that? Right? Is that what's going on here? Also, I hate to say it. I'm actually, I don't care at all, but I don't know which of these is Lionel Messi and which of these is the...
I'm betting the one on the right is
probably the one on the right's the real one.
Yeah,
right?
the one on the right
like he's
seems
probably
more
in a soccer stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas the one on the left seems like a stock photo, or not a stock photo, but like a,
I say again, I don't know.
I'm still betting it's the right one.
Turns out Lionel Messi is pretending to be an Iranian impersonator to get laid, right? Remember Reza Parestesh? Yes, he's the man in Iran who looks a lot like Lionel Messi. Well, now that has landed him in a bit of trouble, it seems. He's being accused of seducing 23 women by pretending to be the legend himself. He was known as the fake Messi ever since this photo went viral back in 2017. But the man insists that these accusations are false. I still can't. The nose is the only thing that immediately jumps out as different, right? The news is spreading in the Muslim countries, and it has been a disaster. Yeah, to find out your women are so loose that they'll just fling themselves at celebrities, man. He said while speaking to Omasport, I was severely harassed because it released the whole world on me. My family also harassed me, but the people's attack was more influential. He even took to Instagram to clarify the news. Hi, friends. A piece of false news about me is trending on social media with regards to me sleeping with 23 women because they thought I was Lionel Messi. Please do not play with people's reputation and credibility. We are all aware of the fact that if it actually happened to anyone, there would be some complaints and it would lead to my prosecution. That would be a disaster and a calamity of international proportion. Really? A calamity of international... Me being accused of sleeping with 23 women fraudulently would be a disaster of international proportions right there.
All I'm hearing is he's admitting to doing it.
Yeah, this is like, everybody remembers where they were when JFK got shot. It's like, do you remember where you were when that guy got accused of sleeping with 23 women? It was an international incident, right? If this news was true, I would be in jail right now. Do not believe it. It is not true. I am going to do everything to fight this legally and make sure my name is cleared. He can be heard saying in the video, who knew looking like a superstar could get you in so much trouble? Well, now you know. In trouble? What the fuck? You skipped like all the important parts of the article. All you said was, oh, somebody said this, and he said, no, it's not true. Look at me. I'm going to get views on it in TikTok, Instagram for it, right? Wow, lame. Glad we waited for Random 11. Also, follow-up. Massive follow-up. Definitely a fake article we're going to read as though it's real. Irish midget accused of posing as a leprechaun to extort sex from 26 women in exchange for a pot of gold. I think I recognize him from that new Gundam. A 3 foot 4 inches tall Irishman was arrested this morning for allegedly taking advantage of credulous women by posing as a leprechaun and extorting sexual favors in exchange for a fictional pot of gold hidden at the end of a rainbow. Now look, the Lionel Messi thing is one thing, but if you could actually...
Right, I don't think he should be charged.
Right? We need to start letting idiots...
If they're that stupid.
Yes, 100%. 100%. If you can be so easily fooled that you will give a handy to a short man in a bush just simply because he has red hair, that shit's on you.
Can you help me find my Lucky Charms?
Yeah. He said while unzipping
was his dick
pants.
magically delicious? Like,
right. I'm glad we didn't skip this.
Oh my god.
29-year-old Connor O'Byrne was arrested this morning at his Dublin residence by the Garda Síochána, however that's supposed to be pronounced, the Irish National, by the Garda Síochána, the Irish National Police. According to police spokesman Seamus Murphy, Mr. O'Byrne, used a rather unusual stratagem to cheat both tourist and naive locals' sexual favors from them. The victims all said he dressed up. Yeah, they said he all dressed up like a leprechaun and said he had a huge pot filled with gold coins hidden at the end of a rainbow that he was willing to offer for sex. Is this how the... Let's be real.
You have to say sex in the hardest Irish accent you can possibly do.
I can't do an Irish accent. Or just imagine though, like the concept of this is actually how the legend of the leprechaun began. It was just some short Irish guy who managed to scam women into believing the only way he could be so repulsive and short is that he's got a pot of gold that he keeps at the end of a rainbow, and he'll give it to you if you jerk him off in a bush. That's what's happening in all the Lucky Charms commercials. Surprisingly, that rather far-fetched scam fooled dozens of gullible women. 26 victims have already filed complaints with the Garda, but investigators believe the real number of victims could be over 200 or even 300.
Legendary.
Many of these women were extremely naive and vulnerable. Some even cried when they were told that leprechauns don't really exist. Oh my God. Cue a clip of the Whatever podcast telling women on OnlyFans that leprechauns don't actually exist. Right? While searching through his house, the police found 6 different leprechaun costumes, as well as a few ancient gold coins he used to prove the existence of his pot and lure his victims. Mr. Connor faces a total of 64 criminal charges, including 26 accusations of embezzlement, 18 charges of sexual abuse, and 8 charges of fraud. According to investigators, the number of accusations could easily double or even triple over the next few days. If found guilty on all charges, he already faces a sentence of life in prison and a fine of 75,000 euros. His trial is expected to begin in March at the Dublin Criminal Courts. I just think fucking worth it, though. I like the idea that he goes to court. And again, I'm pretty sure this is a fake story. It's already been deleted off the website. I don't know. I choose to believe it's true. Right? I choose to. I'm a believer in the leprechaun. I like the idea that he swindles the judge. Listen, judge, if you rule in my honor, if you rule my favor, there's a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. For you.
There's 2 pot of golds because there's 2 ends of the rainbow.
All right, we're going to cover this last article here. Fatal sex. Man dies during intercourse. Extreme orgasm was the apparent cause of death.
Oh, hey, at least he died happy. Best death you could ever ask for, honestly.
Better than most of us could hope for.
I've always wished to die in my sleep of old age, but like that, I don't know, going out that way seems pretty good too.
What do you think, just before we start, what do you think would cause this? Like you ejaculate so hard that you black out and hit your head?
Well, no. What's that thing that, like, I remember back, like, long ago, people talked about, like, you choke yourself or whatever to cut off your oxygen, and then that gives you the super orgasm or whatever it's called.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Autoerotic asphyxiation.
That's my prediction.
According to a post-mortem report, Charles Majawa's death was a result of excessive orgasm, which caused the blood vessels in the brain to rupture. He stroked so hard he had a stroke. In yet another bizarre and tragic case, a 35-year-old man in Africa's Malawi died during sexual intercourse with a sex worker. The real truth is she had fentanyl up there. According to a post-mortem report, his death was a result of excessive orgasm which caused blood vessels in the brain to rupture. According to a report in Daily Star, the woman in question decided to report the death to police after speaking with her colleagues. After cops and a medical examiner from Migowi Health Center viewed the body, the cause of death was confirmed. Yep. This Trojan died of nutting. It was a nut-related death for sure. Oh no. The police said that Mayawa's body was taken back to his home village of Matepui. According to local newspaper Nyasa Times, the man died of too much sexual excitement and sweetness. He died of sweetness? Innocent Moses, a Falambi police station spokesperson, confirmed that if your name is legally innocent, you kind of have to become a policeman, right? Falambi police station spokesperson confirmed that Majawa booked a room with the sex worker, but ended up collapsing and becoming unconscious while in the act. Earlier on January 7th, a man from Nagpur died during sex after the rope around his neck was tightened. 2 for 1. Good job, Butchum. As per police, to enhance sexual pleasure, the woman tied his hands and legs to a chair and put another rope around his neck, which later proved to be fatal. So this little lynching play going on. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. I have another wonderful article here that I think maybe we could cover now. Random 11, suck it. Literally. Giant phallus-shaped iceberg floating in Conception Bay surprises residents of Dildo, Canada.
Whoa.
Fujim, is that your new destination to live?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, you seem pretty excited, so by all means do your thing.
I'm not moving to that shithole in Canada.
If it's on the podcast to a tune of so much money that I can buy Dildo Canada, I will.
What's that?
Will.
What's the population? 69?
What was the name of that street you were looking at? Coming or something?
Coming, Iowa.
Oh yeah.
A town so small it basically is one street.
The owner of Dildo and Coming.
All right. So a penis-shaped iceberg floated by the town of Dildo, Canada, which isn't too far away from the city of Spread Eagle and the town of Placentia. I want to remind you, this is from livescience.com. I had to look at multiple articles to try to find out if this was a parody site. All sources say that it's legit. Where's the... Oh, okay. It doesn't get any more apt than this. A photographer from the Newfoundland town of Dildo has captured images of a penis-shaped iceberg off the Canadian coast. The suggestive berg consists of a column with a domed head protruding up from 2 oval rafts of ice. Thanks. I've got eyes. Thanks. Photographer Ken Pretty captured a shot of the ice formation by drone near the town of Harbor Grace, which sits along, the puns keep adding up, Conception Bay. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Dickieberg, as locals are calling it, has attracted the international it's an international incident, guys. International attention. With Pretty sharing news stories from as far away as Thailand and Taiwan on his Facebook page. Quote, I knew I'd get a lot of comments, but I didn't expect this much, Pretty told the news agency Saltwire on Friday. Alas, the iceberg lacked staying power. Pretty photographed the 30-foot phallic structure on Thursday, April 27th. It collapsed the next day. Oh, it collapsed on my son's birthday.
I'm looking at map. There's Dildo Canada and South Dildo Canada.
That's the one you stick in the butt. All right. Alas, the iceberg lost staying power. According to the CBC, it's a strong iceberg season in Newfoundland and Labrador, with more than 200 off the coast of the two provinces.
I've heard people pronounce it Newfoundland, but I've never heard it pronounced New Finland.
I call it
like
that.
That's how you're pronouncing it.
Yeah.
It's only a 35-hour drive from your house, Fudnam.
That sounds like fun. 35
Road trip to Dildo. Onshore winds brought in both the packed ice and the bergs. Diane Davis, who runs a Facebook group for iceberg hunters. Iceberg hunters. Is whale watching just not exciting enough? Fucking hell. If the trend holds up...
It depends on what kind of whales you're watching.
We should see them for May and June too. Mother Nature only gave us a handful last year. Mother Nature has provided more than a handful of phallic shapes to giggle about. In 2021, a man went viral for his photograph of a penis-shaped rock tower in Arches National Park. Cambodian authorities have had to beg people to stop picking the stop picking the carnivorous plant Nepenthes bocorensis, which just so happens to look like a penis. And don't even ask about California's plague of penis fish, which washed ashore on Drake's Beach in 2019. They were actually marine worms, which have a long and sordid history of looking phallic. Wow. All right, pull me off screen for a minute while I open all of those and find out what they are. All right. Nah. Okay. No. And all of these are gone. Oh no, gross. All right, I'm glad we didn't show any of those on podcast. All right. Well, it's almost 4 hours, the perfect time to close out the show, unless you guys have another topic you'd like to discuss before we end.
The topic of ending the show. No.
Yeah. That topic sounds pretty good.
Did he freeze just for me?
Oh, he froze for you too? I thought it was just me. I thought I was...
Well, I guess he took the topic seriously and just ended it right then and there.
Blink if you're in danger.
I'm here.
Oh.
I know Reese watched it because I watched it with him. Have you guys watched Paprika?
No.
Yeah, but because it's a movie, I can watch it before the next thing.
Sounds good. Crack out that 4K Steelbook.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go over comments before we end. Messy lookalike. 23 women. Those are rookie numbers. Yeah, Dylan says death by snoo snoo. That guy who had the brain aneurysm during intercourse with a sex worker. Do you think she puts that on her resume? Like,
I fucked so good that a guy died.
Like when you're picking her out of
heart-stopping sex.
When you're picking her out of the catalog or whatever, her thing just says, "Are you up for the challenge? A guy I had sex with died." Like, or whatever. Like, my sex was so good, they said he died by sweetness or whatever the fuck it said. Let's see what we got here.
I sent him to heaven. The last guy I had, so he went to heaven.
He was coming and going.
Cool Dude says the crowd strike out and fixed the OCA store but broke everything else.
Right. I can't log into freaking the website.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to like try to go fully through checkout to make sure that it's actually fixed. Oh, that's fucking funny.
Wait, Cloud Strike? Isn't it called Crowd Strike?
It's called Crowd Strike. He misspoke. He's speaking it like a Japanese person. Crowd
Strike.
I'm skipping all the Olympic stuff. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about the Olympics. Literally, this is what here's my stuff with the Olympics. My boss made me buy his tickets. Thousands of dollars. Thousands, right? I had to buy these specific tickets for specific matches because one of the girls playing in beach volleyball, we just did an interview with for his podcast. And he needs to be there because he wants to take photos with this person in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, which is how they're setting up the venue for the volleyball, where they've got like a C-shaped seating arrangement. So you look at the game, the matches, and then if you look past them, you see the Eiffel Tower, right? So he wants to get all these photos with her and stuff. So I had to buy these tickets. And you buy the tickets, and they email you that you need to download an app, an official Paris 2024 Olympics app, in order to put your tickets on it. So the process is download the app, create an account on the app, scan a QR code for each ticket you buy, and then they're in the app, and then you'll be admitted. Does that sound like a difficult process?
No.
I told my boss before he left for Europe, this is what you need to do. Install this app, scan these QR codes. Hey, I need help getting my tickets, he says, from Europe. I send him an email. Download this app, scan these QR codes. I need help, in all caps. This morning, give me a 1, 2, 3 steps on how to get these tickets. Install this app. Step 1. Create account. Step 2. Scan the QR code. Step 3. It worked. Thank you, buddy. Like,
I told you that the first time.
my boss is one of those guys where if you send an email that has one too many words in it, he won't fucking read any of it. If it just looks like too much work, won't read it. So that's my that's why I don't want to talk about the Olympics beyond that, because it's frustrating as fuck. If I go to the Crunchyroll store, the site removes all the home entertainment because I'm not in the US or Canada. Why are you so hateful, Crunchyroll store? Right Stuff never did that.
They can't ship. Well, yeah, Right Stuff didn't do it, but they, yeah.
Japanese stuff should never have been sold for so much money. $10 to $20 for figures is good enough. I don't know. I think the fact that they can make really high-end figures is pretty fucking awesome, but I don't want to pay for any of them because the low-end figures I have are, you know, they get fucking dusty and shit. You're just like, I can't. Nah. Especially right now. If I get my forever place, so to speak, where I can put my full collection back up with my figures in the bookcase like I used to do, maybe I'll get some expensive figures.
Yeah, maybe you'll get that Lupin statue.
A separate figure case only that you can lock the doors on.
Well, yeah, like the glass case ones that have the lights and stuff. Yeah,
maybe you get the Lupin statue.
I do have Lupin statues. Merch sales have fallen off a cliff. On a related note, groceries have gone up as much as 4x in 4 years. Yeah.
Thanks, Obama. Biden.
I saw a video of a guy who took a Walmart receipt. Yeah, about $105. He rebought everything and it was over $400. Yep. Heart attack by cocaine and Viagra. Oh Lord, that's insane. Ultimate cop name. No even tickets are physical anymore.
Not even tickets are physical.
So I don't know. I had to buy them from the first website that came up when I searched it was all in French. And then the second website I found was like a European one. So I don't know. You had to have the app to get in. And it's like, if you don't have a fucking smartphone, then get with the 21st century and watch the Olympics from outside like a schmuck, right? Yeah. Dealing with IRL boomer moment sucks. Yeah, seriously. Anyway, that's it for tonight's show. Let's pick a ending.
4 hours.
Fuck, we should have done an Olympics opening. That would have been funny. Although we would have gotten, royally raped for it. All right, let's not show the elevator video again. There we go.
Oh God, I'm coming again.